Intermediate, Ryder Forrester, Luke Vale, Hudson Doyle, and Elena Fernandez with a great race yesterday. And then Carter Hoganess, along with brother Cooper Hoganess. Cooper having problems with his car. Hopefully he's worked it all out. We got a lot of championships on the line, so sit tight. Opening ceremony coming up shortly.
Here come the drums.
Well, good morning, everybody. Firebird International Raceway. It is now time for the final round here of the 2025 Core Racing Series. It is time to decide the champions. Some championships were won yesterday, but some are still on the line for today. And what an exciting day of racing we have in store for you for today. But right now, if you would, please rise, remove your hat. We are going to play the greatest song for the greatest country in the world.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I am so proud to be an American. We got a great day of off-road racing. Some championships are going to be won. Some championships are going to be lost. Stick around, everybody. I promise that it is going to be an absolute great day of off-road racing. Let's meet the drivers here. Ryder Forrester will be on row one. Right next to Ryder Forrester in the number 152 car will be Luke Vale after some problems yesterday. Hopefully Luke Vale has worked that all out. Hudson Doyle right there, one of our podium finishers from yesterday. And Elena Fernandez will round off the top of the expert and intermediate class. But right next to them, the intermediates, it's Carter Hoganess with a win coming yesterday. He will start on P1. And right next to Carter is longtime friend Murphy McKay. And Charlie McKay will start right after that on row 2. And Cooper Hoganess, after having problems yesterday, hopefully has worked it out and can find himself on top of the box and carry on his championship bout. Well, stick around. The start of the race is getting started shortly. Go ahead for Mark.
Hello, this is Shane.
Oh, well, hi, Shane.
Well, hello.
Casey, I'll send you those pics in a second. Well, I got to tell you, the anticipation of starting this race are so excited as the Jones Jeep Ford Ram Ford Raptor pace truck leads these kids to the starting line. They'll get the green flag this time around. They are getting a complete sight lap of the track. And this way they will know what to do, but you're going to see the pace truck pull off at this point. Well, those kids are right there in that rear bumper. But here it is. The pace truck moves out. They're going to watch for the green. And then there were 3. Ryder Forrester getting the early jump. And Luke Vale now sounding like he's got that car back to running perfect. And Hudson Doyle will round off the top 3 on the 170 experts. But quickly right behind them, you can see the 8415 Carter Hoganess. Your winner yesterday when brother Cooper Hoganess was having issues, but you can see Cooper in the back in the blue car with the same livery having a deal. With the let's see who that is in between them. I do believe that is the Fernandez car. And we'll see as they come around this time. Ryder Forrester, Luke Vale, Hudson Doyle, and Carter Hogan is now getting some pressure from brother Cooper. They're going to pull up a side down the back straightaway. Cooper Hogan is having to start in the back and has to do some serious work to get that car up to front. He goes to the inside of turn 2. These two have been racing for a long, long time, just 1 year apart to the day. Just found that out yesterday. Ryder Forrester up on 2 wheels into turn 3. Carter Hogan is doing a great job holding off his brother in turn 3. And I also learned another term yesterday. I guess that's, I was told that's called Irish twins if they're 1 year apart like that. Well, Ryder Forrester right now checking out with a full straightaway between turns. With Luke Vale doing everything he can to reel him in. Great shot there of Ryder Forrester coming down the front straightaway. Got a chance to talk with Rob from DXAR Race Suits. Ryder Forrester, one of the sponsored drivers from DXAR Race Suits, and was able to get a little insight on that company. And it was DXAR because the name of the young man in Australia, Rob's son, Dexter, and they couldn't put it on the screen, so they put it as DXAR, and that was the start. And Rob had to get, this is an interesting story, had to get everything started because they couldn't get race suits in Australia made in the kid's size. So Rob saw an opportunity in the market, was able to make DXAR, and the name and everything, the story on that. We'll talk with Rob a little later on that. Hopefully he'll come up here and have an interview with us. But one lucky recipient and winners of their respective class will walk away with a DXAR fully awesome race suit from DXAR, and just fully done. And I'm very excited. Well, Cooper Hogan has found his way around his younger brother, Carter. And that should, if Cooper can finish right here in this order, I do believe that's going to secure the points championship for Cooper Hoganus. So I don't know if you want to use this or not, but if you do, you can leave it on there. I run it that way when I DJ at my show tonight. That way you can be kind of closer, but it's, you know, use it if you want, use it if you don't.
Does it move down?
Yes, just twist this, open that, put it right where you want it, and then tighten it down. Doesn't have to be too crazy tight. Yeah. Ryder Forrester right now enjoying clean air well out front. Luke Vale having problems yesterday. He's got it all worked out today, but has nothing for Ryder Forrester. As Ryder comes in at turn 3, you can see Luke Vale just now coming over the ski jump, and Hudson Doyle right there. Oh, no, excuse me. Hudson Doyle now dealing with a lap driver. That lap driver is Charlie McKay in the 471 car. And Hudson Doyle was able to get around Charlie McKay with no issues, but now Cooper Hoganess and younger brother Carter Hoganess both enjoying a clean run. They have to deal with the lap driver as well, and we'll see how that plays out. As I said, Cooper Hoganess in the points chase, and the white flag flies for this field. Can Cooper Hoganess get around Charlie McKay clean after Cooper having to deal with that car yesterday? But there it is. Rider reporters for the rest of the field will take the white flag. Just notice Hudson Doyle upside down in turn 4. And this could spell catastrophe. They just got to get him flipped over. This is on the last lap. And Hudson Doyle is the last one of that, so hopefully Hudson is okay. Get that car turned back over, refired, and Hudson will still be able to get it. And look at that. The Luke Vail issues come back into play, but luckily he was already across the finish line. Cooper Hoganess also sounded like there's some issues, but Carter Hoganess in second place in the intermediates. And that is Charlie McKay coming across, but I do believe she is a lap down. And even though the numbers do not correspond, I do believe that is Murphy McKay. So we'll talk with the drivers right after this. Stick around.
Yeah, I think everybody was ready for more than one beer after this.
Well, all right, we're just waiting for Luke Vale to get up here. Let's get those 170 experts up here on my podium. I ran down here, didn't even see who was in the points lead. Gosh dang it. Well, we'll figure that out tonight at the awards banquets. But I bet these ladies and gentlemen already know who got the championship. All right. Well, Hudson Doyle, did we get Hudson? Yep, recovered Hudson there. Indeed. Hudson looks all right. I wasn't able to see it. Mia Chapman saw it over in turn 4, but Hudson looks like he's just fine, just fine. All right, well, as we wait for Luke Vale to get back in there, Hudson, we'll start with you. I didn't even see what happened there. Mia Chapman just made that gas. Oh, geez. And then I looked over, and you're over on the lid. What happened?
I don't even know, to be honest.
Next thing you know, you're turtling, and you're wondering what the heck happened.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad you're okay, and you got to be proud of that. Great race up to that point, though. You were holding strong, and third place is still good for the weekend.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe. My family, all my sponsors, my head.
Very emotional. It's all right. Take your time. No hurry at all. You're good. This is the hard part, isn't it? Sometimes getting up here to talk to me, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all right. Relax, man. You're amongst family, and we all love you very much, and we're glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear that. Yes, right. That's a big deal. You hear that applause? That's the real deal right there. Take your time. So, anybody else you want to say thank you to?
All my friends, Harper for supporting me, and yeah.
All right, very good. Hey, we love you, man. Make some noise for this young man. He's all right. Man, he said it. Don't even know how he got over on the lid. Next thing you know, he was just there waiting for the crew. Well, not a bad race for you, but you got your chain around your neck. I heard the throttle got stuck. Tell me, man, what was your race like? What happened?
I don't know. It just started to slow down in the second half of the race, and then it just got away from me. And then the chain tensioner broke, so it was just snapping the entire race.
Not your weekend for racing, is it?
No.
Still have fun?
Yeah.
Still love off-road racing?
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Well, I love your smile, and I love it when you just stay positive. That's the way to do it. Well, let's talk about the people that do make your race happen.
God for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, everybody who comes out and helps us, the Owen, Calvin for the track, Jimmy and Tyler for working on my car, and Chad Hill for making my car run yesterday, and thank you.
There it is, Luke Vale, everybody. A hard weekend of racing for this young man, but he pulled it off. But Ryder Forrester on the opposite end of the spectrum, a great weekend of racing for you so far.
Yeah.
All right, tell us about the championship. Where you at?
First.
I do believe you secured it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
How does that feel?
Good.
Your excitement is overwhelming.
Yeah.
I love you, my dude. All right, tell us about who makes your weekend happen.
My mom, my dad, 2X, Corey for putting on this event, my competitors for giving me a good challenge, my 2X, Economy Plumbing, FFR, Low T Clinic, UPR, Southwest Graphics and Wraps, and that's it.
All right, very good. Well, I'm going to get out the way. There it is. He secured the championship. Again, I'm unofficial, but according to him, there it is. Timothy ran down here just to make sure. Yes, indeed, with 309 points, barely edging out Luke Vale. In fact, Luke Vale, what a heartbreak right there. If you'd have had more mechanical situations, you'd be sitting there, and Blaine Proctor will end off the top 3. But right now, the limited intermediate, come on up here. It's going to be Murphy, McKay, Cooper, and Carter Hogan is, come on. All right. That's all right. Look at that. That's quite some sportsmanship right there, Murphy.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yes.
What do you have to say here? Anything at all? Nobody want to say thank you to or anything?
My mom, my dad, my cousin, my uncle, my aunt, my grandpa, my sister, Cooper, Carter, Servworks Plumbing, 2X Motorsports, and Ryder, and Tatum.
All right, very good. Well, you stay here when we go to take the final picture. When I get off, you guys get up there on the podium together. Can you do that for me?
Yeah.
All right, Mervyn McKay, everybody, third place. Not too bad. Let's see. Still good job in the standings. But let's get on over here now. You know, every time you two are on my podium, I got to think of things to keep it kind of neutral and fun and exciting. Are you ready to be fun and exciting?
Yeah.
You promise?
Yeah.
You know we love you, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. I knew this was going to be it. I did. I knew it. But that's all right. Great weekend of racing. Yesterday, you were able to be on top of the podium. Man, racing is racing, and you two are always on this podium. So you got to be happy with that result. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the racing. Take us from the start.
I kept trying to hold my lines, but my car kept turning off during the race, and one time I didn't even notice it, so I tried to get on the gas and it didn't go, so I looked down and it wasn't on, so I had to turn it back on.
Well, that's good to hear because in there we were wondering, you know, you had the speed. Both your cars were equally prepped as usual, and you guys know each other's moves. So there you go. The car might have taken too many seconds out of you to get back up to catch up with your brother.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's hear about the people that make your race program happen. That's all right. Take your time, Bubba. Hey, take your time. You're here with me. You're good. Here we go.
Randy for tuning my car, H&H Transport, Renegade Race Fuels, 518 Designs, AZ Custom, Vent Racing, Core for putting on this event, and Terry Madden for giving me these new Pit Vipers.
Well, that's a great way to get that done.
Yes.
Are you excited that the year is finally over? Can you take a deep breath?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Carter Hoganess, everybody. Well, Cooper Hoganess, a bad day of racing yesterday, but you turned it up to the podium today, and I do believe you are our class champ. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm first in championship.
Yes, indeed. I don't need to look down at this slip for this one, but congratulations. We're going to have it at the awards ceremony here in a bit, and must feel pretty good to be on top.
Yeah, it feels really good. In beginner, I got second, but I got my redemption and I got first.
There it is. That's got to feel great. That trophy is going to be a lot heavier today, isn't it?
Yeah.
I love it. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe. 2X Motorsports, Randy for tuning my car. Hoosier Tires, Renegade Race Fuels, Vent Racing, 518 Designs, AZ Customs, Pink Pineapple, H&H Transport, Boss Hog Welding, All 911 Dispatch, the Grecos, Braden, Lucas, and Core for putting this awesome event.
That is the way to get it done. Your class champ, Cooper Hoganess. And there is 1, 2, 3 finishing off the 2025 season. The last race of 2025. Is that the way to say that?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not right, right?
Right.
All right, well, stick around. Me and Chapman, we got more races coming up.
We have our 170 beginner class coming up next.
Well, you know what? The weekends, when it finally gets here on the final day of racing, and this is the final race for 2025. We're going to take a quick break. I say quick break, but during the hot months. It means we're not going to have racing for like 3 months straight. What the heck? Well, me and Chapman, I'm trying to get this computer working so we can play some music. And I'm failing, but let's see if I can get it up. So let's meet the drivers, the 170 beginners. We got a long race in here. Looks like 17 cars will start today. And Mia Chapman, let's meet the drivers.
Starting on our first row, we have the 208 of Grayson Gentry. Right next to him, the 56 of Stetson Wyman. Row number 2, the 101 of Mason Dolgerian, and right next to him, the 194 of Kason Stowell. Row number 3, the 73 of Madden McCormick, and the 696 of Mason Atterbury. Row number 4, the 1302 of Braden Lucas, and the 823 of Rayleigh Lucas round off that row. Row number 5, the 16 of Elliot Brook, and the 21 of Jamison Olson. Row number 6, the 161 of Maverick Atterbury, and the 102 of Wyatt Dolgerian. Row number 7, the 73 of Natalie Fernandez, and right next to her, the 44 of Steele Hopkins. Row number 8, the 727 of Britlin Hoganis, and the 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter. And rounding out that field, the 22 of Creighton O'Connor.
That's quite a field right there. Lots of drivers. Championship once again on the line. We have both slips here. We have the championship bouts here for the year. That's the 170 beginners. So here we go. Stetson Wyman right now out front. Well, actually, after yesterday's event, according to this slip here, we've got Stetson Wyman and Kason Stowell are now tied, 247 points. So it literally comes down to this race. Rob, come on up here, and let's do some chatting. But listen to that, 247 points, 10 points with Mason Dolgerian right there. So it is still undecided. We got a three-way battle that can happen here for the points championship. The 170 beginners on the line. And Rob, if you don't mind, Mia Chapman, Rob from DXAR and the story. Come on in here. We can see you on the frame while we're waiting for the field to come in here. I was mentioning the DXAR story. Your son Dexter started this whole thing because he couldn't get suits in Australia.
Yeah, that's right. We couldn't actually get young custom suits for kids, or we could, but they cost an arm and a leg. So that's the deal with us guys is custom SFI approved suits to keep the kids safe. At an affordable price.
And that's a big deal. I mean, you know, we think of a lot of things we take for granted over here in the United States. We get it all. If we don't have it, we'll get it from somewhere else. But when we think of Australia, you know, it's not like here. You don't just got 30 manufacturers of race suits to choose from. So you saw a market and you were able to get it. And I bet it's just exploded over in Australia for the kids that race.
Yeah, it's really good. And we do everything from off-road. We have a pilot in a race suit. We have powerboat racer.
Nice.
And we have a lot of speedway as well. So, yeah, our suits are right across multifacets of sport. It's great.
All right, and we talked about it earlier. There's one deal that puts it apart from the rest. It's a great suit. I've seen them. We've actually talked about the suit when we've had it many times. If you go back and review it, in fact, it said that it's one of your favorite suit manufacturers. But the key there is the affordable pricing and still the certification for most organizations.
Yeah, that's right. That's the biggest thing with us coming from, when my son decided he wanted to do off-road racing, he was 6 years old. So we came across from Australia, which for us is a fair cost. And then to add all those extra parts, and you know what off-road's like, you're crashing every second race. So to keep the affordability low, and that's what we looked at. So race gear is one of the most important parts of your whole program.
Right.
Your kids have to be safe.
Absolutely.
And yeah, our suits are SFI approved, right from the manufacturer to your door.
Well, that's some good news here. And we here at Core, we've been trying to push it. So hopefully we'll get a paradigm shift here, get you into it, get all the kids here buying the DXARs. Now, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but the way that DXAR came around his name, your son's name is Dexter. Is that right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, my son's name's Dexter Warren. He started, his very first race was at this track, 6 years of age, and he put it into that wall at turn one on his very first lap, so that was pretty funny. But in his interview, he said his name was Dexter Warren, but unfortunately the American lingo couldn't pick it up, so they had a caption underneath it, and it said DXAR. And from that point on, we said, well, that's what we're calling our company.
That's
DXAR.
Awesome. Now, is that his nickname now? Just he's
yeah, they call him DXAR at school. Yes.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Like, I love it when they're betrothed like that. Not, you don't think about it. It's given. It's actually betrothed to you, and that's a prime example right there. We're getting ready to start the race. They're taking the green flag, but Rob, here we go. Now let's talk more. One of the championship classes, it might be this one, is going to leave with a fully decked out DXAR suit. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Every kid that wins The 170 classes here today gets a fully custom race suit of their design. The way we're set up is they get a blank template, and those kids go silly. And I've seen some crazy designs. I just tell mum and dad to move away. I'm designing my suit. So, yeah.
You know what? That is amazing because now think about it. Now, obviously yours is Red Bull, and you got, they'll probably have a little criteria for you to meet in there. But could you imagine kicking mom and dad out the room? They're not paying for it. So that way it's my suit. You can put SpongeBob on it or what Minecraft. You can do whatever you want as long as it's done in the colors, I would think. But, hey, that's putting a smile on my face because for me, it's all about the kids.
Yeah, that's right.
And everything
if you don't have kids and feeders coming through the sport, you don't actually have a sport. So the kids are the future.
I completely agree. Last question. Are you still in Australia? Do you make the trip all the way every time, or are you guys now here in America?
No, we're based in Australia.
Okay.
We fly into the States normally a couple of times a year. So, yeah, I just flew in here for this weekend, so for this championship.
All right, very good. And do you oftentimes get accused of being English, not Australian?
New Zealander comes a lot.
All right. Now I'm going to put you on the spot. Now we're going to have fun. Let me hear a sentence in your best American accent. Like, say, surf's up, dude.
Surf's... that's an Australian term.
Is it? All right, well, then give me...
surf's up, dude. That's like us.
If we were in Australia, I'd say, let's go down to the pub and have a pint. How about...
No pints.
Okay, no pints.
We'll just have tins.
It is tins now. That's why I laughed so hard. I was like... It's pints in English.
In English,
yeah. So tins in... I love it. All right, give me your... my Chevrolet has a 454 big block in American accent.
My Chevrolet has a 454 big block.
He can't do it. I love you.
I did live here for 2 years.
I love that. I'll see, now we're having fun. And the opposite is when you ask an American to do an Australian accent. And I just go, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
I told you he'd do it. All right, very good. And there's a big one to it. But, Rob, we're very fortunate to have you out here.
Thanks, guys.
And anytime you're up here, come up here and make sure you get an interview with us.
Thank you. Enjoy your racing.
All right. Rob from DXAR. Great story there. Dexter getting it out. But listen to that. Me and Chapman, tons of cars out on the course right now. And if I do look down at my slip, I was going to say Stetson Wyman out front. But as I look out, it looks like the Grayson Gentry car out front. And, since we're talking about Grayson Gentry, we got to talk about it and see. I hope I can get down here. Hope I can get this picture on. But Louis Gong Tractors helps out with Grayson Gentry's bout for the first place. So Louis Gong Tractors and their Warrior line of machinery, great stuff out here, and they are wanting to come out here into off-road racing to break into it. And they're doing it with the help of the Gentry team. I met his father and was able to talk to him today. So Louis Gong Tractors, great having you out here. And we're going to make sure that you guys get a lot of coverage out here this weekend. And we'd love to see Louis Gong Tractors get more involved in off-road racing. So the Warrior Machinery line, and we are very fortunate to have the Gentrys out here. In fact, I haven't turned on the track feed from YouTube yet to get the comments out there, but I'll watch it here in a second. So if you're out there, and usually Grayson's mom is chiming in on the YouTube, but she's actually here this weekend, so she's actually able to watch Grayson right now take this field of 170 beginners to school. But here we go in second place, the Stowell car running that red plate. So Casey Stowell and Grayson Gentry. Now Grayson Gentry well out the points championship chase, but if Stetson Wyman doesn't get his race together, Stetson Wyman is going to be handling the championship right on over to Casey Stowell.
Stetson actually broke his arm pretty bad yesterday during a little incident in the pits, so he's out there right now with a broken arm, and from what I understand, he's getting surgery tomorrow, so yeah.
Well, that's quite a warrior, because when his dad, Wade, said he was going to be racing, I looked down, and then I heard I had to puzzle it all together, so there's Wade right there. But that is just like the Chapmans, a racing family, so if he can get it out there. So hats off to Stetson being out there. And literally, what a tough break that is to have that happen right in the middle of a championships run for the championship. But if
Definitely.
he's out there and even gets one lap complete, my hat's literally off to Stetson Wyman.
I believe he has to complete 5 laps, and then he can pull off, and after that, he will complete enough to secure, I think it's 2nd place in the championship. So from what I understand, that was the plan as of yesterday, and I'm sure he's not feeling great out there. It's got to be hard enough driving a car with 2 hands, let alone 1. So like you said, big props out to him. That takes a lot to do, especially for a 6-year-old.
Absolutely. Stetson Wyman, you are my hero, and we are very fortunate to have warriors like you out here in the racing. It's very inspiring. I did look down at him when Wade said that he had broke his arm. Boy, he had a look on his face like he didn't know what was going on. But absolutely, this is going to be a story we talk about. You know, we talk about stories that stand out from years and years of off-road racing. This is going to be one of them. And what's funny, I mean, it's not funny, but what's funny is that the swimming pool was here and everybody was talking about it. Some dude's got a swimming pool out in the pit. Wow, and how it all comes full circle. Well, Mia Chapman right now then Kaysen Stowell. If Kaysen can just finish behind Grayson Gentry, that should just about wrap up the championship for Kaysen right there. And you can see it, the number 194 car with the red plate already. In most motorsports, if you're rocking the red plate, that's showing you're the defending class champion from last year. So that's going to be a double championship if that's what that represents in that car, which I think it does. Wow. Do you think you could ever get out of the car with a broken arm?
I've never broken my arm. I've been out there with a broken collarbone, and that was painful enough. So I really just can't imagine being out there with anything broken on your arms, wrist, hand.
A broken collarbone, your clavicle that sits right where your seatbelt is strapped in. You must have really... Mia Chapman, I don't think... Maybe I do remember that, but now that we're talking about it. But no matter what, wow, you actually go out there right where your seatbelt has to be strapped to your body. Did you loosen it up and just use one? What did you do?
I don't remember.
Don't remember. That's crazy. Well, good for you. Hats off to you, too. Wow. I mean, I guess I kind of know because when I did this, I was in a motocross points chase as well. And I asked the doctor how long the recovery was. And he said at least a month and a half. Well, I made it 2 weeks and I cut the cast off and went riding. I had to. I rode with a skateboard wrist guard on, and it was tough. All right, but right now, regardless of that, Grayson Gentry out front looks like he's going to take it home wire to wire. Louis Gong Tractor is his sponsor, and his dad a dominant trophy truck racer. We were able to chat a little bit this morning, and no, there's a race going on this weekend. He was actually asking me why I was here and everything. I say, well, Core is a big production, so I can't just leave Core. You know, Johnny Moda was going to be here and covering for me yesterday, but it ended up I had to be here for both days, and I am ecstatic. I was very glad. Lots of championships on the line. Mia Chapman, a championship deal. How do you race the last race? Do you go out there? What's the most... do you go out there and just go for it, or is a strategy just to play it cool?
I think it's always strategy, especially if it just depends where you're sitting, and points can depict how you play the entire weekend. And, if it's close, you obviously got to be strategic about it. And if it's a pretty big gap, usually you can just, as long as you drive smart and kind of bring it home, then that makes things a lot easier and a lot less pressure. But there's a lot that goes into championship weekend that I'm sure is been going into this one as well. I mean, in this class, our two, first and second, were tied for points coming in. So, yeah, a lot of strategy that can go on and needs to go on as well.
Well, tough weekend for Stetson and crew, but I'm glad that they did come out here. And you can see Stetson still doing pretty good up there. Not dead last out there, but... man, seriously, Stetson, again, you're my hero. broken arm and all. And you know what I'm going to do is if he lines up here, I'm going to run down there and talk with him and give him that coverage that he needs, because what a terrible way to end the season, because I'll bet you if Stetson would have stayed injury-free, we would have seen a great race between Grayson Gentry, Kaysen Stowell, and Stetson Wyman. Checkered flag, Grayson Gentry. At the 194 of Kaysen Stowell, I see some fist pumps. And the Atterbury car, the 696 of Mason Atterbury, will round off your top three. Well, me and Chapman, a race recap. That's just a great race out there. Grayson Gentry leading it from wire to wire.
Yeah, Grayson has so much talent. He's definitely one of the firecrackers in this class and always puts on a great show, especially in a 17-car field. This is one of the biggest 170 classes out there, so there's already a lot going on. Incorporate the track change, incorporate championship weekend. A lot of pressure, but he handled it really well and brought it home here to the end.
Well, and I know no other way to say it but a tough break for Stetson Wyman. But there's Dad still very happy Stetson ended up staying out there. I think that's the first time I was able to see Stetson, and you know what? That's still a pretty good pace. And that right there shows another true champion. And, my heart goes out to the family, because I know the Wyman family is, they are racers. Just like the Chapman family. They are racers. And you know what? The fact that they were able to keep it together and get Stetson out there, like I said, I'm gonna make sure I interview Stetson. So, all right, let's talk with the winners. Stick around. Yes, indeed. Mason Atterbury Garrett getting some love from the crowd. Great job, Mason. Well, I had to have the slip for this one. Mason Atterbury, come on up here. In third place, Kaysen Stowell and Grayson Gentry. Well, yeah, there you go. Take your pick. Well, a lot of people rooting for you out here. It must have been a good race for you.
Yes.
How did it feel?
Really good.
I mean, there's a lot of cars up there. What were there? There's 17 cars, and you got up here on the podium?
Yeah, it was a lot. It was the rolling start was crazy. And like some of the cars were like, my visor was like dirty.
I love it, but your suit's clean. What the heck? You know, you look like you're ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, that's what happens when you get out front. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Feels good. Your smile is awesome. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My mom, my dad, Trent, Carson, Carter and Cooper, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Kirky Racing Seats, and SRI Performance.
Mason Atterbury, everybody, third place, great job. And man, you got the fans with you, Mason. But Kason Stowell, all right, I'm going to do the best I can on this. You guys were tied coming in, you and Stetson. Stetson with an accident by the pole. Stetson was able to get every lap in there. I know this is not the way you wanted to win the championship, but man, you got it done.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
Good.
It's like, it reminds me of that song, I Can't Wait to Be King, and you're king.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you over here.
My mom, my dad, my grandma and grandpa, and 2X Motorsports.
Bam, just like that. Hey, unofficially, your winner and champion of the 170 Beginner Cast, Kason Stowell. But Grayson Gentry, you come here, you deliver, and man, I bet you if you were here the whole season, you'd be standing here on top of the championship points. Is that about right?
Yes.
You got a lot of people back behind you making this happen, but congratulations here on your win for the weekend. 2 wins, 2 W's, that feels good.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about the people that make things happen for you over here for Grayson Gentry.
My mom, my dad, Jacqueline, Jimmy, my mom, and my grandma, and my dad, and that's it.
All right, that's fair enough for me. Well, there it is, everybody. Your 170 Beginner Class. Mason Atterbury, Kason Stowell wrapping up the championship, and Grayson Gentry. Now, hold on here. I'm not done. I am not done. I'm coming down here. I'm sure he's still sitting in his car. There he is. Man, Stetson, I have to tell you, the fact that you got injured and you only had to go out there for about 5 laps and you went out there and you endured and you did it all. You know this entire crowd is extremely proud of you.
Yeah, it is.
Well, how did it feel out there? You're handling it like a true champ. Kason Stowell walking away with it, but tell us what the emotion is coming through you right now.
It feels good.
Still feels good that you did it. That's the way to do it right there. Well, here's what I'm going to do. You get the microphone, so who do you want to say thank you to?
My mom and my dad and my sister and all my teachers at school.
Man, oh man, Stetson Wyman, everybody. He looks like he can still do another 10 laps. And he's got a broken arm. I'm physically seeing if the camera can get on up here. Look at this. He literally is sitting in the car with his harness or sling on, and he got it done. Stetson, we are very proud of you.
Thank you.
Stetson Wyman, everybody. All right, Mia Chapman, that is very inspiring right there. Stetson Wyman, he literally is sitting in the car with his sling on, and he is a true champ right there.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. It's definitely a tough thing to do, let alone race a car with any sort of broken bone. So big props out to him. I know that definitely wasn't easy.
Well, I mean, that is, the heart of a lion right there, and that's, maybe we can coin that. Stetson, the Lion Wyman. That's perfect. It is perfect. There it is. He just got his name. That is perfect. Well, Mia Chapman. That was a big class. That was a big race. That was a big life. Stetson Wyman, we've talked about it over and over again, that his stature is 6 years old. just he's just such a great young man. And when he puts his cowboy hat on, gets on that podium, looks like a mini Kelvin, you know? Just bigger than life. And the fact that he is sitting in that car with a broken arm, you know he's in a lot of pain.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. He's an awesome kid, though, and he has so much character to him. I always love watching him and hearing him talk on the podium and down in the pits even, and they're such a great family. So, yeah, I'm glad to see him finish this out and finish out the race, and now he can focus on recovering that arm and getting back out here for next season.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things that we talk about. You know, if you've been in off-road racing for, I don't know, longer than 5 years, let's say, or I don't even know what the number is, but there's a lifetime of stories, like seriously, in one weekend in off-road racing of any type, desert racing, short course racing, motocross, it doesn't matter. This is going to be one, and, you know, I hope that I am still announcing and talk about it, but, you know, even if it's back in the pits during the bench racing, to turn to Stetson Wyman as, you know, let's say a teenager or as old as your brother is and say, Stetson, do you remember that weekend you broke your arm, you were in the championship chase, and you climbed in the car, and you still raced with a broken arm? I've never heard of anybody do it. Your brother's actually doing it with a broken hand, but your brother's a lot of
broken bones out here this weekend.
Crazy.
But a lot of tough kids, too.
Well, all right, looking like here's our next race. The 800 modified and the 800 open will be out here on the course. On row one, it's going to be BJ Hawthorne after a win yesterday. We'll take the P1. Addy Atterbury right next to him. And Kay is Zane was the order they finished in yesterday. So let's see if they can switch it up here for today. In row three, we're going to have Olivia Woods in the 800 open in the 583 car. Ryder Forrester in the 596. And Chloe Hearn. Chloe Hearn, fairly new to Core. This is her first season here. Of course, she's done a lot of racing here locally with other organizers, but it's great to have Chloe Hearn out here. Her dad just had a birthday a couple days back, and her dad actually out here, and I didn't put two and two together, but he actually might be the points leader in the vet class. Green flag flies, and Olivia Wood leads Ryder Forrester into turn one. Well, Olivia Woods leading this field in through turn three. And these 800s, the first of the big cars out on the track for the second day of here in our points championship chase. This is the final race of the 2025 season as we're cutting this one early to start the 2026 season at the end of the summer months here. So that way, during the hot months, the teams are able to regroup, get their cars back together, buy a new car, build a new car, whatever you got to do, and come back out and see what they're going to do for the 2026 season that I believe is going to start right here at Firebird International Raceway. So Mia Chapman, one of the things to talk about is that break. How would you use that 3-month break here right in the middle of the two seasons?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough living here in Arizona during the summertime and trying to do any sort of seat time practice out in the heat. So, I don't know, a lot of these kids do take up a little bit of go-karting, and you can do that at night when it's not so hot. So I know a lot of them are out doing that and obviously keeping up with school and all of that jazz that goes on. So
that was really cute. You just reminded me when you said school, Stetson Wyman say, I want to thank all my teachers. That's really, I don't think I've ever heard a kid say that. That kid's got some good thinking in his mind. I like that. But right now, BJ Hawthorne out front once again in the 72 car. And once again, Addy Atterbury right there. And Olivia Woods now battling it up with the 800 modifieds. Olivia Woods at an 800 open. BJ Hawthorne right now opening the door to Addie Atterbury, and she made the pass. Wow, great job by Addie Atterbury, though. Forces her to check up a little bit. BJ Hawthorne was right there, but still not able to make the pass. Mia Chapman, the Atterburys, they're not here to play, they came to race.
Definitely, yeah. I believe Addie is also leading the points championship in that class, so with a pretty big lead as well. So I believe if she just has to finish and bring it on home, but she wants that win and she's going after it.
You know what? Championship points on the line. You still come out here. You still want the win. I did talk to her about it yesterday. We're wrapping up the championship. But, yeah, this race, just to purely be out here for the grudge match to say, that's right, I won even the last race. It's a race. Let's race. Well, okay, Addie Atterbury, just a few more laps to go. At least 2 more coming up. And Addie Atterbury, BJ Hawthorne, and Olivia Woods out front in the 800 open class. KSA will round off the modifieds, but Ryder Forrester right now has to reel in Olivia Woods, but I don't think Olivia Woods is going to make any mistakes, and I'm pretty sure that car is not going to have catastrophic failure. She's been rock solid. Just off the top of my head, without looking at the stats, Olivia Woods, one of the most single consistent off-road racers here at Core. Always consistent.
Absolutely, yeah. I believe she's also leading the 800 open class with another pretty big lead as well, so should wrap that up here today, rendering no problems.
Well, I'm loving it. I keep thinking of the nickname I just said, Stetson the Lion Wyman. Just has a neat flow to it. You know what I mean? He's got a heart of a lion out here racing here with a broken arm. So if he adapts it, we got to say, that's right, I coined it. Right? But right now, BJ Hawthorne trying to reel in Addie Atterbury just for the win today. But Addie Atterbury ain't having it. She's coming in here into turn 5 now. And I love the new layout. I was able to actually walk the track today, finally get out there and check it out. And it's way wider than I thought it would be. It looks far more narrow from up here. But it is pretty wide. So me and Chapman, we've been talking about the setup of the car all weekend, about setup on the suspension. We've talked about just a little bit of everything. One thing we haven't been able to cover this week, how important is tire choice or tire grooving out here when the track can be muddy in some areas, but blue groove in the others?
It can make a big difference for sure, and there's a lot of different things you can do from the tire you run to the way you groove it, the tire pressure. There's a lot that kind of comes into play with it, but even that little bit that you get from the tires can make up even a whole second out there. So yeah, really just they find whatever works on their car, and obviously taking a look at the track conditions as well. And luckily it is pretty consistent, so a lot easier to predict and make a game plan of how you're gonna go about the weekend.
Okay, and maybe you'll know this, or maybe you don't. I'm not sure I know this question. Are most of the tires out here bias ply tires? Are they radials? What are they? A normal UTV tire that would be found on a side-by-side? Or, I mean, you know, obviously with race components and compositions, but take us from this tire. How does it differ from a street tire, so to speak, a full-blown radial? Are these tires different?
I'm not sure what everybody's running out there. I know a pretty consistent tire that everybody runs is a Hoosier of some sort. They make different variations of their tires, and yeah, they can really make a big difference. I used to run them on all of my cars when I did short course, and they always hooked up really well. They're really versatile. You can groove them however you want to take away side bite, you can get more traction. I mean, really whatever you're trying to do, you can pretty much do to them. And they're really durable, especially being out there on the hard dirt, the rocks, whatever it may be, they can definitely take a beating too.
Well, there you go. We'll open that up just for that reason alone. Great job out there and explaining the tire composition. That's a big deal. And tire choice, and a percentage rate, how important is tire selection or tire grooving? Would you say at least 50%?
It's a pretty big one, yeah, because that really depicts how the car is going to handle out there, or a big reason that goes into it. I know if there's a lot of cars that are, biking out there and tipping, usually they take out side bite from that wall of the tire, and it tends to help. So without having to make major changes, you can make something like that, and usually it works out. But yeah, like I said, they're really versatile. You can do a lot with them and adapt them to whatever you need.
That's awesome to hear. Hoosier Tire a sponsor out here for Core, and we're very fortunate to have Hoosier Tire. And if you look out on the course, they're the number one tire out here on most cars. I didn't want to interrupt you, but while we were talking, the drone was just coming across the front straightaway, and down it went. It landed right in the straightaway. So I hope the drone's okay, and I hope we didn't lose it. Now I know Brian has backups, but those drones aren't cheap, and that thing just dropped out of the sky like a bomb. Hit right on the front straightaway here. So this is where I would say I hope everybody's okay, but I hope the drone's all right. Is that what we've come to now as a society? We're worried about our drones, our robots, what's the one that vacuums the house? What do they call that? I don't know. There's a vacuum robot that vacuums the house, and I guess it also connects to the Wi-Fi in your house, so pretty interesting. All right, robots everywhere now. It's coming, Mia Chapman. Robots everywhere.
All right, back to racing, Mark.
Well, I heard a break, so I was just kind of. All right, Addie Atterbury will take the green flag. And Addie Atterbury right now with BJ Hawthorne going into turn 1, and Olivia Woods leading the 800 Open. Oh, bad news for Ryder Forrester. The car looking like it was into limp mode there for a second, but it seemed to have cleared out. Let's see how that develops. So Ryder Forrester is going to continue to have problems, or if he's got a fuel problem or an ignition problem, whatever it is. Yes, indeed, he's fighting that car. Something's going on. Sounds good now. Whoa! Up on the bike, Ryder Forrester into turn 4. So that might be one of the worst things to do. Cars running a little sketchy, and you end up overdriving the car right there and almost rolling it into turn 4. He was overdriving. I'm not saying he was overdriving it, but it would appear that he's anxious to get that car going fast.
Definitely, yeah. Turn 4 and turn 3 seem to be pretty crucial corners out here that tend to get a lot of people as well if you're not, on it and taking it right. So yeah.
I noticed the fast guys loving turn 3, rather. You can see them. They're taking it mid to even super high right along the fence. You can see the roost on the K-rail. And you can see a lot of lines up there really close to the K-rail, just flying in there. Pro Lights yesterday, they were really close to that rail.
Oh, definitely, yeah. They're able to kind of do that and not have to worry about keeping up momentum as much as these 800 cars when we look out there, and they're mostly staying to the inside of the corners to try to keep that momentum up and not slide too much, but it can get slick really fast out there, especially as the track starts to get drier.
Lots of comments and criticism we had to take yesterday on track prep. As it plays in here, though, right now, Addie Atterbury now has Olivia Woods in contention right behind her, so it's 1 and 2 of the 800 Open and 800 Modified. And BJ Hawthorne, wow, coming out of turn 1, he's wagging back and forth. And there's that problem again of the Ryder Forrester car. You can hear that engine spitting and sputtering, and wondering again, a few problems it could be: fuel delivery, ignition, or these cars, once they start having issues like overheating or a sensor's not picking up, will put the car into limp mode. Tough break for Ryder Forrester. That's got to be frustrating.
Definitely, yeah, especially when mechanical problems are kind of out of your hands and all you can do is deal with what you got and try to run it and bring it home to the finish. Especially with one lap here to go, I'm sure he's just trying to make it around the track.
Well, that's a tough break for him. We'll see what he thinks, what he anticipates is wrong with the car here. He's going to make it to the podium because each class with only 3 drivers in it. A tough break for Ryder Forrester. He is a tough competitor. Not a very vocal young man on the podium, but definitely very
making
loud.
his way up there.
He is.
Yeah, with no problems. We usually see the battle happen between him, BJ, Addy.
Well, and indeed, I used to tell a young Mia Chapman that, you know, when you're going to be a racer, you also got to be somebody that's you know, vocal on the podium. It's also part of racing, and it must have worked because Red Bull really likes having you as an ambassador. Not saying I'm responsible for it, you are, but I'm just saying it was all you. Well, here we go, down to the wire. Olivia Woods trying to get around Addie Atterbury. Both competitors wrapped up the championship, but look at this. At that point at the checkered flag, you know, that's just for bench racing right there. The 2 champs right there, Addie Atterbury and Olivia Woods, able to wrap up the championship point series. Both of them, I think, finished it yesterday, but what a great thing to do right there. The modifieds at the Open, and Olivia Woods coming from the second start and being able to get it right there to Addie Atterbury's rear bumper as they drag race down the front straightaway. That's quite a race. Chloe Hearn finishing it off, and she'll make a podium as well. And you can hear Dan Hearn. He is pretty excited that she got it done. And we'll talk with the winners. So stick around. All right, let's start off with the 800 modified. We'll wait for KSA and BJ Hawthorne and Addie Atterbury. Hey, how are you? Step my butt on.
somewhat in the middle.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll give you half an inch.
What?
Yeah. That's how.
What about 3/4? 3/4 of an inch. Is that too much?
Start discussing and go down to a quarter inch. I use the drum technique, you know.
All right, I'll take your 1/4 inch.
Good.
Hey, ladies, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. KSA and BJ Hawthorne, Addie Atterbury, let's get this podium going. We're waiting. Kaya had to be towed in, so that's all right. Well, Kaya, let's start with you. Still a great weekend of racing, but what happened there at the end? You had to be towed in.
I don't really know. I think the belt blew.
Are you all right, though? You seem a little emotional about that.
Yeah.
You know what? It's racing, and, in my years of announcing, when these cars started coming and, they have a belt, I hear him say, now, a lot of the announcing I do is at desert racing, so they'll take the podium and, give it in, they're all happy, and they say, yeah, we only blew like 3 belts. I'm like, what? Like, you guys race these things? So, the moral to my story, that belt is the loose cannon in these cars at all times. So, man, tough break for you. But, hey, 3rd place, you got to be towed in, but, man, still a great weekend of racing.
Yeah.
All right, that's my girl. Yeah, exactly. And, you are very consistent on this podium. You know that, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. See, that's the smile I know right there. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
God for keeping me safe. My dad and my mom. MRT Tires, Glen Johnson Cooling and Heating, West Plumbing, Signs Unlimited, SPS, Muzzy, and all my friends and family and anyone else I'm forgetting.
Show the love you have for this young lady. Can't say it, everybody. She's very visibly emotional. Oh, where's BJ at? Did he? All right. Come on, BJ. Very emotional there, Kaya, saying, but, that's all right, man. That just shows you have a lot of passion for the sport. Well, BJ, a little different outcome today, but still a great weekend of racing.
Yeah, it was great.
All right, take us from the start.
So, the track was decent shape, not a lot of ruts, and it was really fun.
So pretty fast today.
Yeah.
Well, it was great to watch you guys just navigate this track. It looked great to watch visually, awesome to announce as well. All right, well, BJ, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, my dad, Hurley Motorsports, my family, my friends. That's it.
All right, BJ Hawthorne, that'll work. Well, Addie Atterbury, what can I say? Wrapped up the championship yesterday. You're just consistent all year long. But, man, today this was just for the bench race and bragging rights. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, she's like, heck yeah, dude. If I get it on top, I get it. Well, let's just get right to it. Who do you want to say thank you to?
My dad for being the best spotter that I could possibly have. He watches out for me out there. And 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Realm Adventure Company, Mazzanti Motorsports, my family and friends, and Off-Road Vixens.
Well, what a great way to end the 2025 season. Your champ, Addie Atterbury, with a win. One more for the last race of 2025, the second day here on Sunday. Congratulations, Addie Atterbury. All right, next up here, Ryder Forrester, come on up. Chloe, yeah, absolutely. Hey, hold on. That's all right. No, you guys, there you go. That's all right. You guys can stay there. That'll work. One more. There it is. All right. There you guys go. And Chloe's second place today. All right. That's all right. You guys could, that definitely earned it, young lady. All right. Well, Ryder, this is a very uncharacteristic race for you, but let's talk about it. What was going on with the car there?
I don't know. It just started bogging out.
What do you speculate?
I don't know.
He's like, I don't know. I gave it either ignition, fuel, or, man, do you think the car was in limp mode, or do you know what it feels like when it's in limp mode?
No, because at the end, it wasn't in limp mode because I was, at the end, I went full speed.
All right, very good. There you go. See? You do know more than you wanted to talk about. All right, well, great job. You stayed out there like a true champion and still brought it home for the finish into third place. So that's what champs do right there. Congratulations. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, 2X, my competitors for having a good fight, the Loti Clinic, UPR, Southwest Graphics and Wraps, Economy Plumbing, FFR, and that's it.
All right, Ryder Forrest, everybody, a very disappointing way to end the 2025 season, but he still got it done in third place. Well, Chloe Hearn, though, you were consistent out there, and Ryder was having issues, so that makes you inherit second place. That's got to feel pretty good for the weekend.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Off-Road Vixens, Rugged Radio, Synfab Racing, Jaden Gerber, VP Racing Fuel, and anyone I forgot.
Chloe Hearn, everybody. Oh, hold on. Did I hear somebody? Oh, okay. Did you miss anybody?
Apparently, I missed Extreme Machine and Fabrication.
There you go. You got it. All right. That's why I ended up doing it. But right now, man, Mrs. Consistent on top one again, Olivia Woods, man. What I loved about the most about that race is you and Addie Atterbury, you had to come all the way back from your class, catch Addie Atterbury, and you guys crossed side by side. That got to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Do you and Atterbury, do you guys talk during the races or after? I mean, after the races, while you were at the races, do you guys talk about something like that?
No.
No. So it would just kind of happen.
Yeah.
One of those magical little moments.
Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, you wrapped up the championship yesterday. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How's that feel to be king?
Good.
Or queen?
Good.
All right, very good. I guess we can still use king, right? We can still say it like king of the class. All right. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for Olivia Woods.
My mom, my dad, 2X, XTC, City Towing, Hoosier, Renegade. Did I already do XTC? Yeah. Shreddy, Method, EVR, Casatech, All Things Detail, and everybody else.
I've called her the rock star. There she is, your rock star, Olivia Woods. And another first place finish for the weekend. Wrapping it up in the 2025 season, killing the championship yesterday, but on top for today. Mia Chapman, we got more races coming up.
We have our 250 open class coming up next.
Well, Mia Chapman, while the day continues here on the final race of the 2025 season, the classes just keep getting faster and faster. We got the 250 open today, the Ryland gone yesterday with a great finish on top of the box. We'll start P1. Brody Klein with a great race yesterday as well. We'll start right next to him in the number 18 car. Maggie Flores, the Y247, will be rounding off row number 2 with Jackson Cotter right next to Maggie in the number 1211 car. Murphy McKay in the 471 and Brooks Hopkins, number 99. And, we haven't talked enough about the Hopkins. And Hopkins, they've got Tucson Business Insurance. And I have to tell you, I give them a shout out because yours truly is definitely going to be using Tucson Business Insurance, and they welcome everybody out here. It's great to have Steve Hopkins and the entire Hopkins family out here and talk a little bit more about Tucson Business Insurance. Let me see if I'm looking to get it straight. I got to make sure I get it right. And thumbing through my book here to make sure I got everything that I say right. There it is. They're local, and they're right here in Tucson. They're a full-service insurance agency providing solutions for businesses and individuals for all of Arizona, general liability, workers' compensation, group benefits that also help your auto, your home, life, and tons more. We take on the responsibility of the handle all insurance matters and issues that you can focus on the important things in your life. Protecting your interests is their specialty as well. Anyone has different insurance needs, well, they will work hard to make sure that proper coverage and to protect all of the important aspects of your life, family, business, and belongings. Well, you guys make sure you check them out. They are, if you want to go to the website, TUCINS. That's Tucson Insurance, very abbreviated there. TUCINS.com. And you can see all the insurance programs that they have to offer for you. Give Steve a call. If you guys want to call him, 520-413-3000. That number, once again, 520-413-3000. Hey, and make sure when you call Stevie or anybody there at the office, you tell them, hey, man, I heard Mark and Mia Chapman talking about it here at the core race this weekend, so I wanted to look into you, see if you guys can save me insurance money. Because it is insurance. Man, Mia Chapman, everything has to be insured these days, man, everything. If your car, did you know, and I just found this out, you can insure your race car or your recreational vehicle. You knew this. Well, I don't think I knew that. So make sure either way you give the Hopkins family a call at 520-413-3000 and tell them you heard the advertisement at Core Race this weekend, and that way they'll take care of you. They'll take care of you one way or the other, but I'm just saying it's always good to take care of racing family. Well, Mia Chapman coming up next, the 250 Open class. They keep getting faster and faster. The 250, this is a big deal.
Definitely, yeah. They use a little bit more of the track. They take the turns a little wider because they can carry so much more speed. So, yeah, we're definitely getting faster with our classes. And I believe the class champion of that one, Maggie Flores, wrapped up the championship yesterday. So hopefully good racing for her today and just bring it on home.
Maggie has a big fan base. Like, you know, I like it when the girls get their family out here and you can hear the crowd and everybody really shouting up for them. Maggie Flores has been consistent here in this 250 class. And what's another great thing about the 250 class, the class is growing. You know, the 250 is the weird class in between the 170 and then getting into the 800s or even the bigger cars. But this is, we'll call this the transitional class. This class is where the car has a little more power, a little more performance, and this is where you we use the form, you know, cut your teeth into off-road racing. This is the first of the classes that highly competitive, and it's not just, you know, somebody running away with it. You have to drive this car. It is still a driver's class.
Absolutely, yeah. It has grown quite a bit. I remember when they first started, I think it was 3, maybe 4 cars.
Yeah.
So now we're up to 6. I'm sure it'll keep growing as all the drivers progress and move up in classes as well.
Well, that's exciting to hear on these classes. You know, if you're out there watching this on YouTube or Rumble or any of the social sites that we are transmitting on, you know, if you've got a car sitting, you know, on the side of the house, there are certain things you have to do to it to make it race legal, such as you got to have a race legal cage. Core and our tech people, they know how to make sure that your cage is, and see, craftsmanship is very important. So you can't build it in your driveway out of plumbing pipe and your dad's old stick welder. But if you can build something out of DOM or chrome moly and you know, build it here in your driveway, you might be surprised. The car that you have is probably closer to being race ready than you think. Well, Mia Chapman, the green flag flies for Ryland Gahn. I absolutely love the Barbary Coast livery on Ryland Gahn's car. And as you know, Barbary Coast became the points. I'll have to look at it again when it comes through, but you know, the hotels changed names, and South Point, I think, is what it is now. Thank you. But still the same colors. And we got a little collection in turn 2. Didn't see if we over rotated and that is the Forester car. Or who is that? Yeah. 695. That interesting here. So that's Hopkins out in that car. All right. Wait a second. All right, well, let's figure this out here. The overlay says the 695 is Hopkins, but Brooks Hopkins is in the 99 car. So, okay, I'm a little confused. So, if I make a mistake of misannouncing this race, my apologies. I'll work it out here in a second. Oh, yeah, tough break for that car right there, broken spindle. Now, these cars, if I remember correctly, these are actually a beam car. No, that one's double A-arm right there, so I was wrong. These are, but that one appears to be a beam. And that one's an A-arm, so I'm wondering what's, or is it a beam? And the difference between an A-arm car or a beam car is an A-arm car has a lower control arm and an upper control arm. But I believe that these cars have a beam that moves in a radius. So either way, it still has a spindle. Spindle's broke on that car. All right. But out front, no broken spindle there. The number 62 of Ryland gone. And Brody Klein, the number 18, trying to reel him in. But it looks like Ryland gone. He's going to check it out. And there's the beloved 247 of Maggie Flores coming into turn one. So me and Chapman, we've been covering, we've talked about tire performance. We've talked about setup in the car. But one of the things you'll notice different from today and tomorrow, they are strategically watering the track. So let's cover that as a racer or even as somebody, if you, let's say you were setting up for your brother, how would you set up not knowing whether they're going to water the track or they're going to send you out dry and dusty?
I mean, it really just depends. And this track is pretty consistent here, especially having cloud coverage today. It'll help keep the moisture into the track. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure what they do down there with all the cars because every car is so different in the way you have to set it up and whatever the driver is used to as well.
Okay, now as a driver and short course racing, you know, you're not quite in the variables like you have in desert racing. You know, desert racing, you have to set it up for everything because you'll at some point experience a water puddle that you have to go through or mud at some point. But for the most part, it's dry and dusty out in desert racing. But here in short course, try to have a little more consistency on the track. What do you prefer as a driver? Do you prefer it dry and dusty or a little more muddy and less dusty?
I think a good middle spot, and usually this is what the track stays at. It's a lot better than very muddy or very dusty.
Better than the extreme of both?
I think it's pretty rare that this track is just a muddy mess. So most of the drivers are used to it drying out and getting a little dusty. It's a lot easier to set up for as well. So yeah, nothing too catastrophic here.
Well, I mean, the ideal thing would be to water the track and wait. Like, let's say if we had it formulated, if you could water the whole track and literally wait 10 minutes, and then when you let it out, that's when we have the prime dirt. But, I mean, obviously with a racing schedule as vigorous as we have here at Core, there's no way we can let them sit and let that moisture really absorb. And there is absolutely a peak of when the track is at its best. And that is definitely, if they go out there, it just got freshly watered. You got to kind of deal with it being slippery, but everybody's dealing with it being slippery on the first couple laps. But by that third or fourth lap, man, that is the absolute best. In my opinion, what I've seen, that's the absolute best this track can be.
Typically. It does get tough, though, when the track starts to develop that blue groove in it. The last thing you want to do is dump a bunch of water on it. So, yeah, that's why a lot of the times you'll see the track get so dusty there towards the end because dumping water on that is just going to make it even more slippery, and it's literally like driving on ice. So
I think at that point, and you know, I try not to self-reflect anymore, but I always, you know, I guess as the commentator, sometimes I got to throw in my opinion and everything. But I think if I were a racer trying to deal with the the muddy conditions, I think I would look for alternative lines to the outside to get out of the mud, because I would almost speculate that you could probably pick up a little more speed out of the mud. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what I would do there, but I'm pretty sure that's what I would do. Well, right now, though, well out front, Rylan Gone is simply that, is just gone, has checked out, and almost a full straightaway ahead of our second place of Brody Klein. And I do believe that this race is a non-competition yellow race, so this is going to go from wire to wire for Rylan, and he will more than likely bring it home. The broken spindle out there, still out there, though, in the number 471 car of Murphy McKay. It's got to be frustrating for Murphy, and but he's still out there. He's still got one good ball joint holding that spindle on, so he's bringing it in. That's a true champ. At that point, you're not really racing, and it's no fun. You're literally just driving the car in just to collect the finish.
Yeah, definitely a little bit boring, but I think he is sitting third in points in the championship, so I think he's just out there finishing the points and finishing the race and bringing it on home.
Yeah, indeed. It's just like babysitting right now. He's not even really, it's not fun.
Sunday drive.
Yeah. But somebody who is not sitting in a drive, and Brody Klein right there, going into turn one, would like to do anything he can to reel in Rylan Gone, but Rylan Gone is just going to ride his own race at this point and bring that car home. So that car has a little different stance to it. It has a little bit taller roof line, if you would, and it makes the car look super, super tall.
Definitely, yeah. I think all four of the cars are built pretty differently. A lot different looks to them.
There's a Flores car that I absolutely love that is simply my favorite stance. It just, the car looks so well and so good to me. But this is a open class, so they don't really have to follow the stock rules, and they can pretty much start off with what they want as long as they have the engine that is required for this class. So there it is. Rylan Gone will take the white flag, and at this point he just has to put the car in cruise control and bring it home. Love Brody Klein's livery. He's always been red, white, and blue, from what I can remember. And very patriotic livery on that car. But the South Point graphics, as we know, taken from the Barbary Coast, that's classic. Do you remember Ivan Stewart's colors in the Toyota that he had, the red and yellow? And I think that was kind of the way racing schemes were done back in the day. Two predominant colors with a red or a yellow or even an orange in between, like you see there. And then you remember the Thunder trucks, Larry Ragland, the purple and white with the bright red lightning streak right through the door. Oh, that was just awesome. Checkered flag. Mia Chapman, Rylan Gone, taking the win. Well, at least he got to drive his own race, get some track time, and Rylan Gone will take the victory, and Brody Klein should be coming across the finish line at any time. You can see there on the screen. And Maggie Flores will round off our top three. And the tough luck trophy there for the number 471 of Murphy McKay. No stranger to this podium, but just having to drive that car in. And there's the Maggie Flores car right there. And that will be your top three on the podium. Well, indeed, Mia Chapman just brought that up. Brody Klein and Murphy McKay with just enough right there. Murphy McKay, Brody Klein, and Maggie Flores, simply with a 45 point from all three, 25 point with Brody Klein, and that could have been decided today if they were a little closer overall. 252 going into this race with a 227 from Brody Klein. Yeah, and Rylan Gahn actually a little further down the road, but he's late to the party. But man, coming in late at the party and still having a 191, that says a lot about Rylan Gahn and what he has in store in any of the classes that Rylan Gahn is going to be racing today. And Murphy McKay getting it across the line. Well, stick around. We're going to talk with the drivers here in a moment.
Glad the sun's not coming, really. You know, happy about that. It's like cool, you know. You can, compared to yesterday, yeah. Oh, you degrees less. Good time. It's 10. Usually by this time it'd be melting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm on my way down there. I'm running. Whilst I'm walking down here, Maggie Flores finishing up top 3 today, making the podium, but after yesterday securing the championship. And we talked about Rylan Gahn out here late to the party, but able to get a lot of points for such a short span here at Core for the 2025 Racing Series. Bringing it down to the last race right here, Rylan Gahn standing on top of the podium. But Maggie Flores, our champ, and still a great weekend and great day of racing out here. So Maggie Flores, man, you look like you're ready for a whole nother 10 laps.
Yes.
No problem at all.
No.
Man, I've been saying it all day. It's great to be king, man. It's great to be the top of this class. You still got to feel good about that.
Yeah.
All right, great job. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, Olympia Drywall, Jerry Carter Boys Racing, Gates Belts, PCI Radios, George, and Core for putting on this great event.
Bam! Just like that, Maggie Flores, your champ! And she finished in third place today. But Brody Klein, man, kind of disheartening to watch that South Point car just pull away like that. And at that point, you're just running your own race, hoping that you can reel him back in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I was calling it, but still exciting in this class. I call this class like the intermediate class between the smaller cars and the faster cars. So do we have you for the faster cars here coming up?
Yeah.
How much longer are you going to be on the 250?
One more year, maybe?
All right, very good. That's a good outlook on it. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for Brody Klein.
The Foresters, Megatron, my mom, my dad, 2X, Shock Turn, and everybody else.
All right, Brody Klein, everybody, great job here in second place. But Rylan Gahn, you know, man, coming out here to court, it's great to have you out here. We have you here for the 2026 season. And what classes are you going to be competing in?
I'm pretty sure the 1,000.
So you're coming back out. How old are you?
12.
All right, so man, that's going to be great to watch you come out here. And I think that's going to be a little more competitive for you and more your driving style. And are we going to see that South Point livery still on the new car?
Oh yeah, we're keeping the same paint job.
I just love seeing that. You know, it something nostalgic about it. We were talking about, or at least I was talking about it with Walker Evans and even like the, remember the old Toyota of Ivan Stewart, the red and orange? Probably not.
I don't think.
He said, no, I'm too young for that. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I do know that's Walker's colors, but I was just wondering if you remember some of the other paint schemes. All right, enough about that. I was just getting some small talk here for the podium. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
South Point Hotel Casino, VP Racing Fuels, BF Goodrich Tires, Collins Motorsports, Race 2 Race 22, my mom, my dad, and all my parents.
I love that race, 2E Race 22. Love the people over there. And here it is, your podium for the 250 Open. All right. Mia Chapman, our next class. Let's meet the drivers.
Starting on our first row, we have the 970 of Jake Hill, the 151 of Ryder Greco. Second row, the 548 of Harper McKinney. Right next to them, the 36 of Crew Hart. Row number 3, the 909 of Hudson McCormick. And right next to him, the 737 of Nixon McCormick. Row number 4, the 72 of BJ Hathorn. And the 213 of Blaine Proctor. And rounding out that field, the 381 of Brenna Gork.
Carson Greco with a mistake right there in turn 5. Oh, that's Ryder Greco.
There we go.
You know, I do that every time. Poor Ryder. He's never going to get his name said the first time. I always say Carson Greco. All right, but Ryder Greco, little over rotations, got Jake Hill on his rear bumper, and it is going to be a race. Jake Hill and the same race yesterday. And Ryder Greco, he has something to prove for the last day of racing here with 2025. Well, Harper McKinney right now, finishing third yesterday in the 548 car. Harper McKinney having to watch a replay of yesterday, the battle between Jake Hill and Ryder Greco, but Jake Hill, the one that was out front here for yesterday. So we've got a battle on our hand, and it would seem that Ryder Greco got the homework done, went back and set the car up. Maybe they changed something. Maybe they kept it the same, anticipating a change from Jake Hill or Harper McKinney. But whatever Ryder Greco did, it seems to be working today. Oh no, the 737 car. That's Nixon McCormick. I don't know if anything got collected or bumped, but that spindle definitely has left the chat. And that wheel, and yeah, just get as far off the track as you can, and you're going to have to be removed on the record. That's all right. Well, me and Chapman, here we were talking about the mud and the dust in the mud. And the racers have spoken. They've definitely chose the dust over the mud.
Definitely, yeah. I think most of them prefer the dust over the mud for sure. A little bit easier to drive in, but still has its own challenges.
Some of the challenges being if it gets too dusty, you can't see your competitor if they check up. And you just kind of have to gun it and go and just trust your instincts. And that's another thing. After doing the track over and over again, you start to get the feel of the track to where some people have claimed they can almost do the track with their eyes closed. And I don't doubt that. So tough break for Nixon McCormick. But what a way to get the 12 West name read on the microphone right there. I always say, bring it on the top of the podium or to the podium and you get 12 West over. Or if you crash out, the 12 West driver is out of the race. So tough break right there. But still out on the track, the number 909 of Hudson McCormick. And Hudson McCormick doing fine in distance, in striking distance of the last spot on the podium. But in order to get Hudson McCormick on that podium, Hudson McCormick is going to have to get around Harper McKinney. And Harper McKinney solid all weekend long. And that's Harper, as you see Harper come across the finish line at this point in the 548 car. And there is the 909 of Hudson McCormick right now coming over the finish line one more time. And Hudson McCormick doing a great job because that is Crew Hart right behind Hudson McCormick. And Crew Hart, I love, you know what I'm noticing and I love out here is big families, big racing, and big competition out here. And Crew Hart, Cash Hart's brother, you can see Crew Hart out there very fast and very competitive in this class. Now, me and Chapman, let's talk a little bit about these cars that you notice. These are single-seater brethren of the two-seater Polarises. These are called the SR1s, or RS1s, rather. Tell a little bit of who's watching, what the main difference is of these RS1s to the two-seater brethren.
Honestly, I'm not too familiar with them. I've never raced them, but they are a very popular car you'll see in most of our Youth 1000 classes. Pretty much everyone runs them. I think I've raced one time, and they are really solid cars. Takes a lot to get them upset, so it is nice to see that they're very stable. And I think that's one of the many reasons why they're the main choice of the car out here.
Well, and it baffles me that you come to a short course race, and this is the class, and every single one of these cars are the RS1, and Polaris quit making them, from what I understand. So I think there's a cutoff year that they stopped making them, and there's going to be a cutoff year where these cars are no longer going to be raced because they simply aren't in production anymore.
Yeah, definitely a more practical race car than, a family car for sure. But, yeah, very versatile. You can do a lot with them. You'll see a lot of the kids run the same car in different youth 1000 classes here. So you can take that restrictor plate off and run in a different class, put it back on to run in this class. So definitely get your money's worth out of them.
I have to agree with you. And being a single-seater car, already by design, in my opinion, in my very humble opinion, they're set up for racing. And you can see right now the battle happening between Hudson McCormick and Crew Hart. Crew Hart now, as they come into turn one, they had to both check up for the competition yellow. But Hudson McCormick doing a great job out here. And I would love to see Hudson McCormick now here on the restart, start battling it out with Harper McKinney and see if Hudson could get on the podium. Well, great day of racing as we're waiting for the cars to come around. Let's talk about HMD Designs, the official wrap partner for Core, providing all the official vehicle wrap stickers, banners, and flags here that we see out here. They're located right there at 3130 South Park Drive in Tempe. That's right around the street from my shop, so I should go down there and visit them. But if you want to know more about HMD, just go to your website or your browser and Google and type in azhmd.com. Reach out to Brandon, and he'll let you know what the specials they can hook you up here for mentioning that you come out to Core. And another brand affiliated with HMD is Brand Genius, the official Core wear provider and all the sponsors for all the Core and family racing partners. Again, based out of Tempe. And if you want to know more about Brand Genius, another section of HMD, just type in thebrandgenius.com, and their number is 602-666-7611. And man, Mia Chapman, HMD, and the Brand Genius making us look so professional up here in the booth.
Definitely, yeah, some high quality gear from them.
Love having them. I really want to go down and check out the facility and just kind of get a grasp of what they do. But here we go, Mia Chapman, the second half of the Youth NA Restricted. Can Hudson Doyle start battling with McKinney? But McKinney down to the inside in turn one, trying to put that nose in on Jake Hill down the back straightaway. McKinney, as they are door to door down the back straightaway. Jake Hill with a slight advantage going into turn two. And man, oh man, Ryder Greco, all as I can say from yesterday's racing, came in here for today, did the homework, and Ryder Greco put it all together and is able to get this number one spot here in today's racing. No! Catastrophe strikes for Hudson McCormick in the 909 car. And that car just not moving forward anymore. So that's going to ease a little bit of pressure on Harper McKinney now in third place. But now the battle can happen between the BJ Hawthorne car. It looks like we got a battle here. Crew Hart. Whoa! All right, we had a car over. And I do believe that is the BJ Hawthorne car. Let me make sure I got it right before I official. That's why I said I do believe. Indeed, that is going to be the BJ Hawthorne car. The number 72. Let's look on the screen here and see if the drone or any of the cameras are going to. Yep, that is 72. They're just pulling him over, so that's going to mean he's okay. BJ Hawthorne. There it is. Safety crew doing a great job, but they are going full course caution. That's going to bring out the Jones Jeep Ford Ram Ford Raptor today. Mia Chapman, George Jones Ford out here with that beautiful Ford Raptor. Have you ever driven one of those?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty exciting for a stock car.
Definitely.
Loving that car. And, you know, it's come a long way since I think its release was in 2011, I believe. The Gen 1. 2011 Ford F-150, the brainchild with a lot of people, Greg Fouts and a few other people here at Ford in the SVT program from Ford. They were able to come up with it pretty much a widened version of the F-150, and that's not the only thing. Crew Hart now showing some damage on that inner spindle as well. So Crew Hart now just going to have to get in line and limp it around. But the SVT Ford Raptor, a little bit wider, and high-performance Fox shocks, and a myriad of traction controls and all kinds of computer systems. So great to see Jones Ford Jeep Ram giving us that Ford Raptor for today's space vehicle. All right. Tons of excitement going on up here at Race Command. Kyle Niner, by the way, Kyle, I went back and watched our footage. You did a great job announcing yesterday. So just letting you know, sounded pretty good. Right on. Good luck today in your race, by the way. All right, Mia Chapman, lots of carnage going on right now. Some cars leaving out. We started with almost 10 cars, and now we're down to... let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're down to 6, so 3 or 4 cars have left the race. Ryder Greco up on the bike going into turn 1, getting lots of traction. Cannot afford that mistake. With Jake Hill right behind you. Here they go into turn 2. Ryder Greco way too wide in turn 2. Open the door. Now Jake Hill capitalizes and inherits the lead.
It's one thing from watching Jake Hill throughout the season. He's very methodical with when he makes his passes. He knows when to be patient and just waits to capitalize on the right moment.
Well, that shows a true veteran of the sport and or a very experienced racer. You know, sometimes you don't always have to have the fastest car or the best setup. You can drive it a little bit with its shortcomings. And Jake Hill definitely shows that he does have the skills to use the equipment that he is given or how they set it up and use it to his advantage. White flag flies. And, man, tough break for Ryder Greco. Ryder Greco, and again, opening the door again and extending the lead for Jake Hill. And that's got to be hard because Ryder Greco led the majority of this race. Jake Hill now steadying the lead here on the last lap. Jake Hill makes his marks. He's going to bring it on home. Tough break from Crew Hart, but here we go. Your winner, Jake Hill. After trying to reel in Ryder Greco, Jake Hill was able to take advantage of the restarts. And unfortunately, a costly mistake by Ryder Greco in turn 2 allowed Jake Hill to inherit the lead and get up here on top of the box.
Well, I'm sure that's got to feel good, taking the lead during the race, winning it, and bringing home that class championship as well.
All right, we were looking at that, and I'm glad you were on point on that, Mia Chapman. We've got the Youth NA Restricted. Jake Hill was coming into this race. Was that 260 that I see there? And 250? Was it 250?
280.
Oh, okay. So 280 still with a pretty good lead, but Ryder Greco could Could have really used those points right there, but I don't think, even if Ryder would have won, I don't think it would have done enough for Jake Hill. So there it is. Jake Hill, indeed, officially. I think I said it yesterday. If I did my math correctly, you've just wrapped up the championship. But I tried to, again, as I've always stated, I try to stay neutral in these things so I don't say the wrong thing and upset a participant by saying the wrong facts. But I do believe he wrapped up the championship yesterday, because even if Ryder would have won today, Jake just had to finish and stay top of that championship chase.
Crew Hart also rounding out that third place in the championship, so I'm sure that's got to feel great, especially having some problems during the race.
Well, indeed, Crew Hart, let's see, I was just going to say, there he is coming in, checkered flag. You know, that checkered flag does got to feel good for him, because as you just pointed out, that is still secures, and again, unofficially, I believe by my math, as Mia Chapman just pointed out, is I believe that does make Crew Hart third place in the points chase. So congratulations, indeed. All right. Ow! Yeah, I like those shoes. Mine are a little wore out, but I like those shoes. Unfortunate thing about these, once when they get comfortable, then they start to fail like this. But that's all right. All right, come on. Harbor McKinney. Well, I was hoping to see Hudson and McCormick get up there and you guys do a battle there for third place, but I guess catastrophic failure claimed him. But you were able to watch the race going on in front of you, and still a solid weekend of racing.
Yeah, I just try to stay smooth and just let them make mistakes and let me get my position.
Indeed, but man, you're solid, and you got the speed there. Maybe there's just one part of the track that they were just a smidgen faster on.
Yeah, the corners. They get me on the corners a lot, but I catch them a little bit on the straights.
All right, well, it sounds like you got a great attitude about it. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, all coat for powder coating on my stuff, and all my friends and family who came out to support.
Well, your car definitely does look good with that powder coating.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Make some noise out there. Harbor McKinney, third place for the weekend. In 2025, the final race, that's not a bad place to be. But Ryder Greco, a little bit of heartbreak out there. You were out front for the majority of the race there. One mistake in turn two, and Jake Hill took full advantage of it.
Yeah, I knew he was there, but just put the pressure on, and I made a mistake.
Well, you know, it's a live and learn situation out here. I was talking with Joe Chapman, Ryder Chapman's dad, and you know, it's amazing how many life's experiences we learn out here on that track.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, still a solid weekend of racing. You were still incredible to watch and incredible to announce, and a great job here. The last race, 2025, you ended up here second on the podium.
Yeah, pretty good for my first ever year race and get second in the championship. So
There you go. That's exactly what I was trying to deliver again. Great way to phrase it up there, right at Greco. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, R&R Steel, Jacob Place, Brandon with DVP Mode, Cooper and Carter Hoganess, and all my friends and family who came out to support me.
Big round of applause, everybody. Right at Greco, second place with Jake Hill. Jake Hill, you were patient the first half. Probably pretty frustrating there. Set in second place, had nothing for him, but then that big mistake in turn two, you got in there and you never looked back.
Yeah, I knew he was going to be a fast car right off the start. Couldn't catch him at the start, so we were just waiting for our opportunity. Luckily, he gave us a little opening, but I know next race he will not do that.
Oh, heck no, man. He's gonna. I called it while I was announcing. He went home, did his homework, and it shows.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, let's talk about it. I said yesterday that if I did my numbers right, you might have won the championship. Well, I think I did my numbers right. I do believe you are a class champ.
Yep.
All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I just want to thank my dad for making this all possible, and my mom, my sister, Zach, to come in for every race, helping us with the car. The Bales being such great support. Signature Repellers, Hill Marine, Redline Oil, Exotic Alloys, Gates Belts, CMI, Chuck, and the Grecos for giving me that spare axle that we broke yesterday, and everyone else, thank you.
Your youth NA restricted class champ, Jake Hill. Well, Mia Chapman, I can tell by Race Command up there that the way everybody has vacated Race Command, I do believe this is going to be our intermission, so you guys got to do me a favor. Visit our vendors out there. Go talk to Shannon. He's selling T-shirts at $10. He wants to liquidate them. Go on over there and get all those T-shirts you can from Shannon over there at the PCI Race Radio's booth, the Baja booth. Get over there and get all his T-shirts. Make sure you get some food at our food vendor. And I do believe there's a bar up there. So if you guys are out there drinking beer, please show your support for our vendors. That's what it takes here to keep the vendors coming back to core weekend after weekend after weekend. Please go up there, show them your support, and make sure Shannon has no T-shirts to carry home with him. That's going to do it for us. A little bit of a break, come back, and we're going right back into racing. The faster classes are going to be showing up here. Pro Lights yesterday, huge success. We had the Class 11 race exhibition race yesterday. Huge success. Everybody stuck around for that. All right, stick around. We're going to take about a 45, 50-minute break. Stick around. All right. We're just moments away from getting started here in the second half. I've got my man, Cooper Hoganus, up here.
Hi.
Hi. Cooper Hoganus yesterday had some problems with the car. Did you ever find out what was wrong with the car going into limp mode?
I just keep forgetting, but it was something in the engine, and it took 20 minutes to fix.
Oh, geez. So that wasn't that big of a deal at all. You guys had it done.
Yeah, when we got it done, I went to go test it a couple times and got out of it, and I was coming around a little corner, and I was in it, and I had so much power.
Man, that's the way to do it. Now, let me ask you this. Even with yesterday, I called it. I said you had enough points coming in here to second day that you secured the championship. But today, for sure, the championship, all yours. Now, as the race gets here to the final event, and you know you're solidly in the points lead, what do you do different out there, if anything, in your driving style or your strategy? Is there anything different you do?
Yeah, for my driving style, I just get a little nervous. I get like some tears in my eyes. My legs start shaking a little, and then when we get on the track, I just go full power, and then I just have to try not make any mistakes and just get on top of the box.
Man, that's really the whole key to it. All right, I think I've asked you this question before, but we might have a lot of new listeners out here. What do you guys do to train or to practice for an event like this, or are the events your practice? So just the more seat time you get here at the events, is that really what gets you into racing?
Yeah, so what me and my brother do, we just go get in our cars. He complains it's too dusty when I'm roosting him on the dairy. I made a little track in Maricopa by 238, and it's actually a good track. And I can drift around it, keep my horsepower into it, and I got a long straightaway like going into corner 2.
Now, that's very important, and that's called, as you know, it's called set in the car, or getting it set in the corner, or set in the corner before you get into the corner. So that's good that there is something like that for you. Now, what's in the future? Are you stick in this class one more season, or are you stepping up here this time?
So for the 2026 season, I'm moving up to expert, and after expert, I think I'm moving up to 1,000 restricted.
Wow, get right at it. Don't want to mess around with the 250s or the 800s or anything. Just get right into it.
Yeah, since I'm a good driver,
sure,
and I can take corners good. Like today, my dad told me to go high on the outside in corner 3, then duck into the inside because I kept my momentum, then go all the way to the right because I'm going to the ski jump, going all the way to the right because that's where the smoothest part is.
Absolutely, and you might avoid some of the slippery mud out there at that point as well. And I always tell everybody, try to explore every part of the track. Find the other lines. That we call that alternative lines. So that way, if you look out on the track, as you know, it'll develop a groove, the blue groove, what everybody calls it. But it's okay to learn the alternative lines, because if you find these lines and everybody is losing traction in the blue groove, or they're losing forward momentum, and you come to the outside, rail to the outside, you might be able to brake less and accelerate more on the outside of the turns, which in turn will give you a faster drive down the straightaways.
Yeah, and something funny, what happened today coming out of corner 6 with in the sight lap, Murphy hit a big puddle of mud, roosted my visor. I could barely see throughout the race, but I still got on top of the box.
Well, that's the big deal. I hear a lot of off-road racers, they complain it was too muddy, or it was too dusty, or it was rough.
No, the track was perfect today.
Yeah, I agree. I think the track has been pretty much perfect. I knew it was going to take a little dialing in because that's the way that Kelvin works. Kelvin didn't have to draw in turn 2 or turn 1, or even turn 3. He knew that those were dialed in. Now, Kelvin, if you watch him during the races, he will go pick a corner or a section of the track and make sure that you guys are hitting the marks as he expected. See, he makes these tracks based on how you guys drive and where your fast line is, and he will make the changes so that way. You know, Kelvin's biggest thing is he wants to hear you guys say what you just said. That, hey, I love the track. It's fast. You know, it's smooth or it's wide or whatever you like about it. You know what I mean? Kelvin loves to hear your guys' feedback, and I know that Kelvin is.
Yeah, Kelvin does good on the track. Even with the 2X Motorsports practice, he did really good. And something funny, I didn't even know that the track was backwards in corner 4 and 5 and 6.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It is,
And it's really fun because the corner 6 is like the back to the old Lucas days, but the inside corner is not there, but the corner 6 corner is very, very good.
Yeah, indeed. That, and, you know, Mia Chapman and I called that turn 6 can make the difference. All right, on Cooper Hogan is, I can see my man, Crew Hard over here wanting to sit down, too, for some interviews. Great talking with you. That's Cooper Hoganist, everybody. Crew, come on over here. Let's do some chatting. So, man, tough break for you during the race. But if I did the points right, you were still able to hold on there and bring home a third place for the year finish.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened out there. What happened? You broke the spindle?
So I broke the lower arm.
Oh.
And I was trying to battle with Nixon, and then I took his line, and I got around him, and then I went too wide in the corner, and he snuck right in the inside, and we connected. And I think I cracked my lower arm, and he broke his tire, so just jumping, it was cracking it more, and then it just went out after the restart. And after Nixon broke, when I was still good, I was battling with Hudson right before our competition. And then I think right when we were jumping, I just cracked it final and it broke. And then when I was going through a corner, I could feel my car weird, and I spun out. I spun out in corner, what corner is that?
There's turn 5 before turn 6. You got 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's 6.
Yeah, so 6. I spun out, and then I got passed, and I just knew my lower arm was broken, and so if I just kept pushing, I would probably snap my tire off, and so I just drove slow and went high, and I ended up finishing the race, and I thought I lost third, but my dad told me I won by 3.
Yes, indeed. It was close. It's right here in front of us, and we had to check that out, and it was definitely pretty close. And I'll have to find it for you. But Mia Chapman was the one that pointed it out, that all you have to do is limp around, make sure you get it home, and then that'll save you into third place there for the year.
Yeah, so it was a pretty good race, and I was fine. And then just the last lap, it got to me, and I was just crying because I wanted to do good this season, and I thought I lost it, and I didn't. So it's nice to know that I did good.
Well, it's nice to know, too, that you're very passionate about off-road racing. So all right, you can stay up here and help me announce if you want, as Mia Chapman's probably still down there, or maybe he's getting set up. Your brother Cash is out there, and Kyle Niner again, and they're going to be battling out and pick up where they left off yesterday. And in fact, let's meet the racers. On row 1, Kyle Niner and the 999 car. And Crew, tell us who's right next to Kyle Niner.
Number 2, Cash Hart.
And then right there next on the next row, at row 2, it's going to be Declan Shields in the 258 car. And Tatum Forrester will be right next to him.
And then Evan Adkins in the 5th place, 531. And then Jackson Jaguar.
That says Howdy. It doesn't even look like it says Howdy, does it? But it's Jackson Howdy.
And the 149, Rylan.
Rylan gone.
What?
Rylan gone, like he's gone.
Oh, Rylan gone?
Yep.
And the 62, Cameron Lemming.
Yes, indeed.
Wait, it doesn't look like Cameron's here, but it looks like Jake Hill and Ryder Greco are racing this race. So.
All right. So we might have some additions. We know Jake Hill. We know Ryder Greco. But all right, some youth NA limited and some changes in the roster, but that's okay. So what a great race yesterday. Kyle Niner and your brother putting it on. That was probably the smoothest, best race of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Cash is trying to keep it clean because he's leading in points right now, and he didn't want to break the car, and So I think his goal is just to finish today in second and he wins, or he might have to get first. But
Indeed.
it's looking like that he should be able to just get second and call it a dub. But we'll see if he spins out because it's a little slick up here.
All right, very good. Well, since you got the mic one more time, who do you want to say thank you to one more time here?
My mom, my dad, Wade for spotting me, Sneaky side by side, a Cruise Armor.
There it is. It's green. Kyle Niner to the inside of turn one. He's going to have the drive through to the straightaway.
Cruise Armor.
Declan Shields. Hey, drag race. Nobody is lifting in this class down the front straightaway. They're all piling in. It's a grudge match in turn two. Can Kyle Niner stay out front? Indeed. Kyle Niner will lead the pack coming into turn three. And look at this. Your brother goes backwards one spot. Handed it. Oh, Declan Shields out front. My apologies. Declan Shields ahead of Kyle Niner. Declan Shields, he's been needing a performance like this all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Niner and Declan are in the points, so you just got to let the track settle and see what Cash can do.
Well, it would appear your brother ran into a little bit of issues there. He lost one more position, and it would tell me that is the 195 car of Tatum Forrester or Evan Atkins of the 531. It is Tatum Forrester. And Tatum Forrester, that 195, now finding himself in third place. Your brother is really going to have to pick up the pace here if he's going to want to absolutely secure the 2025 championship race.
Yeah, once the track gets like good and it gets worn in, I think it should start to get a little good and Cash can maybe work his way up. But it looks like Greco and Hill are battling like what they do in the restricted class.
Well, Greco and Hill earlier today in these exact cars were battling it out, so no matter what position they're in on the track physically, I know that that Ryder Greco has got a little bit of a proving he has to do, a little bit of redemption he's got to do here and prove that he did have the speed in the earlier race. So I know Ryder Greco at all costs is just going to try to finish in front of Jake Hill. But your brother right now, stuck in fourth place, he's going to have to better his position if he is absolutely going to secure the 2025 championship. But right now, Declan Shields, you can't hand him the lead like that. Declan Shields will drive it home.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the time the caution comes out, the track should be good. It's looked like it's a little wet and slick, so, but, I mean, once Cash gets used to the track a little more, he should be good. I mean, we're not trying to push too hard to where we break because we still have that championship on the line. But it's looking like he's just at a steady pace and he's staying calm.
Definitely doing a great job out there keeping it in front of that field. As you know, this is a field of veterans in this class. Kyle Niner.
Oh! Jake Hill and Greco connected a little.
All right. And that's going on directly behind your brother. That's going to open the door for the 531 car of Evan Atkins now. But Jake Hill, once again, out in front of Ryder Greco. And as I said, that's the battle right there. You can see those two cars remaining right there on each other's bumper. And I'm telling you, Ryder Greco has got a little bit of vindication. He's got to look for that vindication that he is up there. But right now, Jake Hill is winning that battle.
Yeah, I mean, they're like even and even. It's looking like kind of Ryder's cars more settle in like corner 3, 4, and 5, but once they get on like the 6 and 1 and 2, it looks like Greco's a little more comfortable. But it looks like Greco's car is really good setup for all these corners. But
Greco's car and their whole race program is that way. Declan Shields, though. Kyle Niner still putting the pressure on as they go into turn one. Kyle Niner to the inside, sticks the wheel in. But look at this, the 195 of Tatum Forrester is going to now challenge Kyle Niner. And Kyle Niner doesn't have the speed that he had yesterday.
yeah, it's going to be really interesting. No ruts, it seems. I don't think there might be. I think no rust might form because they had it good. They did a sight lap, and it looks like it's just good track right now. So it looks like Jake Hill is catching Evan Adkins, and Ryder's staying with that gap right there, and they're just back and forth.
Well, Jake Hill once again got around, or still keeping Ryder Greco at bay. Ryder got the inside here in turn 5, was not able to make the pass.
Oh!
Declan Shields over-rotating, having nowhere to go, having to go to the infield, and now he's got to get right back on the track. And that hands the lead over to Kyle Niner.
What?
With Declan Shields going out and handed the lead over to Kyle Niner. So Kyle Niner right now out front, and Tatum Forrester now inheriting second.
Yeah, I mean, Tatum Forrester has always been fast. His car hasn't been like good, and he just got a good car, and it looks like he's keeping up. And the restart's gonna be interesting, and see if Declan can get Jake Hill and Evan and Greco off the start, or if they're just gonna keep battling. So.
Now, what do you think about the restart? We're gonna do the competition yellow. Do you push it hard, both parts, in the beginning or the end, or do we save it till the end and race at the end?
So I kind of right on the caution. I go down a little, and then if somebody starts diving down, it looks like they might connect. I just scoot up a little more, and I just play it safe. So
I think that's a smart move. There's a lot of strategy, and there it is, the competition yellow. Well, tough break for Declan Shields, over-rotating there in turn 6, or maybe he got pushed. I'm not sure. I didn't see it. But you saw it. And Kyle Niner, out front of this field. Well, right on. Well, while we got you up here, tell us some more people you want to say thank you to, and we're going to hand the mic back over to Mia Chapman.
My dad and my mom for letting me do this, and my brother for spotting me, Wade as my spotter, Cruise Armor, Impact for my car, my helmet, Elka Shocks, Polaris, Sneaky Side by Side, who else? Got Upstairs.
All right.
And anybody else I'm forgetting.
You didn't forget anybody. Great job, Crew Heart. Hey, Chance Haugen, come on up here real quick. Let's do some chatting real quick before I hand the mic. We got to do it super quickly. Crew Heart, big jobs, great job out there, and I'm trying to get everybody in. Chance Haugen, get in the hot seat here real quick. Man, it's second time out here. You've been watching some racing. What do you think about this new organization, Core?
Oh, dude, this organization, Core, they did a great job. Track looks great, and see where it goes from there.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you watching the race? Or are you coming out to race? Or what is in the future of the Haugens? Because you guys kind of on a hiatus right now.
Yeah, right now I'm just working with TJ and their whole family, kind of taking over what my dad did. My dad spotted for TJ, so taking over that. And in the future, we got a Pro R chassis.
Okay.
Got that built. We're just kind of waiting and see where it goes. We want to race the Champ Off-Road Series is what we want to do.
Oh, okay, very good. You were racing that quite a bit. Was able to go out there with Daily Pedico. Right on. It's great to see you. I just wanted to know what was going on. Chance Haugen, always returning champion right here. Mia Chapman got you back. I tried to go as fast as I could. But here we go, the second half. Can Kyle Niner hold it off? Because he's got Tatum Forrester in the 195 car. But look at this Cash Hart now. And look at this Jake Hill now getting to the bumper of Cash Hart. Turn 3, my absolute favorite turn on this entire course right there. So Mia Chapman, two names you'll notice are not on the roster. Jake Hill and Ryder Greco. And I wouldn't be surprised if they last minute, paid for one more class just to see what they could do out here. This is a youth limited class, so I'm assuming they qualify for it. But they're basically just battling out the same race. They're just continuing going. But Kyle Niner and Cash Hart are the two they're battling out. But they've got somebody else involved. Tatum Forrester's here to crash their party.
A lot of big names in this class, a lot of competition, and with the championship on the line, I don't think this race is going to lack in action.
Well, indeed, we always talk about the turbo cars and the pro NAs, but, this class right here, equally as competitive and very exciting to watch. Kyle Niner and Cash Hart have made this very exciting to watch. And, we got a car, I didn't even see it. A big crash, and, well, for the most part, that car is off the track. I don't think that's even going to bring out a local yellow. And it would appear that car went off the ski jump or landed wrong or got tangled up with another car. Either way, it's unfortunate. Unless that driver's hurt, they're not going to bring out, they're just a local yellow. We got another car over. I didn't even see this one. So that for sure we're bringing out a full course caution. This car is the 531 car of Evan Atkins. I see that Evan's going to be okay. Let's see who we're minus right now. That looks like Ryder Greco. Wow. All right, so Ryder Greco right there. So there's a great shot, Bill Flagg there, and the rest of the crew getting Ryder Greco. It appears Ryder Greco's okay. That car doesn't look damaged, so maybe they'll get that car back over on all four wheels, and if he can make the lead lap, he'll be right back into the mix. So me and Chapman, this really derails your momentum that you have after you build up here in this race, especially on a restart on the second half.
Definitely, yeah. Having no mechanical failures from that, he might be able to catch back up, but that's quite a bit of time to make up unless they can get him going before they throw that green flag.
Well, heartbreak for both competitors as they were doing really good. You see all the oil coming in. He's definitely going to run it in. He should just turn right there and get back because he is still on the lead lap. Nobody. Oh, there you go. If he just stops right there and waits, he can come sliding in right behind Howdy right there. That sucks. All right. Hopefully our pace truck, our Jones Ford Jeep Ram pace truck will hold off enough to get Ryder Greco right there. You'll see Ryder take the shortcut. Yep. Well, looking back here into the action here, Kyle Niner had to be chasing Declan Shields. Declan Shields there, 258, and I mentioned it in turn 6. There was either he over-rotated or got helped over and into the infield. Either way, we'll see how this goes here, but Kyle Niner inherited the lead now, and Kyle Niner finds himself out front in P1. Cash Hart, though, all the way down to third place, and that's all the way. That's not a far deficit to make up, but Tatum Forster is right in between of the battle we saw yesterday. And Tatum Forster, he has all the speed and skills to be right there with the top 3.
Definitely, I'm sure Cash is driving smart, trying to just bring home this championship because I believe he is in the lead for this one, so pretty sure if he can stay in top 3, he's got it pretty much locked down, but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, I think you're spot on with that. That's dangerously close. 245 to a 57 with a differential of 12 points. That's too close of a margin, so I think you're absolutely right. But however, we talk about Tatum Forrester right there in third place, but look at this. Jake Hill right now could have something to say about it.
Good, how are you?
The ever-illuminous Kelvin is up here. And good to see Kelvin. I was out drinking with your dad. Me and Kelvin and your dad had a great conversation last night on a whole bunch of things. So, but here we are back to racing. Kyle Niner now and Cash Hart. He's starting to pick up the pace a little bit on Tatum Forster, and I'm wondering if Cash Hart is going to make a bid for that second place. great aerial view right there. You can see everybody going into turn 6, and such a different corner that is from the rest of the kind. White flag flies. Our flag man pointing at Kyle Niner. Kyle Niner's going to have to play it smart and hit all his marks on this final lap, but the real battle is right behind him. Can Cash Hart get around Tatum Forrester to 100% secure the points championship? There it is. I was talking about Cash Hart right there, getting a wheel in on Tatum Forrester there into turn 4. And as they come into 5, that is going to make them Declan Shields right there in the top 5. What a great race this has been. Mia Chapman, Kyle Niner brought it all the way home there, and Kyle Niner on top of the box. A drag race right to the end between Jake Hill and Declan Shields. All right. So Mia Chapman, lots of controversy in this race. Declan Shields having to go in there. Declan going to the inside field, and Kyle Niner inheriting the lead. But Kyle Niner, all he had to do was race all the way home.
Definitely, a lot of action going on in this race and quite a bit of cars. So this one we always know gets a little crazy, but yeah, I think they finished it off really great and a good way to end the season for sure.
Well, me and your dad, we were talking last night about what our favorite class was back in the day, and you know, Jason Willer used to get all mad at me when I'd say it was you guys in the mod carts. Remember, I'd announce it as my favorite class in off-road racing right now, the mod carts. Well, here at Core, Turbo class is awesome. The SR1s are awesome. The vets, oddly enough, with Terry McBroom are awesome. But right now, as it stands, this right here, the Youth NA Limited, this is my favorite class at Core right here. All right. The Jones Jeep Ford Ram, our pace vehicle. Mia Chapman, I'm going to go down and talk with the drivers. All right, let's get our drivers up here. Cash Hart, Tatum Forrester, and Kyle Niner. Well. What a great finish to 2025 season. Cash Hart. Wow, you know, Tatum Forrester was right there. He had other plans for you in your championship belt.
If I'm going to be honest, I wasn't even trying to win today. I was just trying to finish. I just had to get 6 or better to secure the championship spot, and then that's the most important thing to me. And, you know, I don't want to be like a cocky or anything, but there was a lot of chances I could have passed him, but I want to keep it clean and, you know, just focusing on my championship. And it's good for him he got second. I'm proud of him.
All right, well, very good. It definitely looked like it. I called it as he had other plans. He was standing in the way of your championship. So, with that being said, your dad just came up to me and said, did we lock it down? So, do you think you're locking it down? I just happen to have it right here. You said, yeah? You're confident? The lie detector says you are yes, the champ. I had to do it. I was trying to do it like that. You are not the father, but you are the father. You got the championship. You had such a narrow margin, Cash Art. You got it by 292 to 285. Kyle Niner, that was so close.
Yeah, I know me and Kyle were battling all season, and we both had our ups and downs. And I just came up. I was leading this race, and we all had the points sorted out, and I knew what I had to do, and I executed it perfectly.
Next time, though, do me a favor. Get it all the way to the end. You bout all the way to the I want to see a fist fight all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to, but my spotter way is like, don't throw it away.
All right, well, I commend you. You know what? Strategy worked. You ended up walking away with the championship. I would have loved to have seen a win here today, though, but let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
First, I want to start by thanking my dad. The 8 years of racing, man, we all wanted the championship. It finally happened, and also thank my family, my mom, my brother, and for the support, and Sneaky for the tune, Ronnie and Jesus, and the rest of the guys for prepping my car and making sure everything's okay on it. Rugged Radios and Hoosier Tires.
Make some noise for your current rating 2025 NA Restricted Champ, Cash Hart. Well, man, Tatum, I was calling it. I said, man, Tatum got a different race and different turnout in his mind. You did a great job out there.
Thank you.
It looked great. It was great to announce. Take us from the start of the race.
I just wanted to keep it consistent and try and push through all the way to the end. I didn't have the best turnout yesterday, or not what I would have liked. Yeah. So today I just was going for it.
Well, it definitely showed. You did your homework. Whatever you guys did or changed, it definitely worked today. Even if the change was just with you, it looked great. And I think you were really enjoying the track because I didn't see you miss a lot of your marks.
No, I love the track. I like the new changes.
Where's Kelvin at? Kelvin, are you still down here? Did you hear that, Kelvin? So far, another young man that loved the track.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's hear about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, the Schmuckers, my brother, all friends and family that come out and support. Tyler, Chase, 2X, Rugged Radios, Southwest Graphics, UPR, Low T, Economy Plumbing. I think that's it.
All right, 10 to 4, so everybody's second place today. But this man right here, back-to-back wins both days. Kyle Niner, let's hear it from your race.
It was a pretty clean race. I lost first place in corner 2, but we were able to squeeze it back in the first place and just kind of was watching out for Tatum, making sure he wouldn't get by, just kind of playing as clean as I could, and made it to the finish line, so I can't complain.
All right, well, man, again, we talked about it while you were up there helping me announce. Turn 3 just is your turn. It seems like you make up about 2 or 3 spots every time you get into turn 3.
Yeah, I don't let off. I'm full throttle all the way down the hill, and then I turn the car, and I'm still full throttle. So.
I love it. It's spectacular. I wish we actually had a camera looking at turn 3 the whole time because, man, turn 3 is spectacular from my angle. Well, all right, congratulations on a win back-to-back here for the weekend. Let's hear from the people that make it happen.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Sandcraft, anybody else that's helped me out, all my friends and family, thank you so much. And since I forgot to yesterday, I'd like to wish my dad a happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, Dad. Thanks for everything. Thank you, everyone.
There it is, Kyle Niner, a very humble young man, and a young man that gets it done with him and his dad, and you hear that bond right there. Happy birthday, Dad. Mia Chapman, we got more racing coming up. Well, me and Chapman have been down there and interviewing these drivers. It just reminds me how intense these teams get. How important each win is to them, how important the points are. We talk about strategy up here all the time because there's something to talk about. But it is so, I never get tired of seeing the people putting into play what their vision is and what they expect for the weekend.
Definitely, yeah. A lot goes into racing, a lot of time, effort, and money. So I'm sure it feels great when it pays off at the end of the year and they get that championship.
Man.
This one, though, coming up is a close one. 1 point separating Brian Willett and Ryder Chapman for that championship.
Well, that all came down to a lot of stuff yesterday, or we didn't notice the point spread here yesterday. We had this sheet up here, but now that Marnie was able to get us this sheet, this is the updated sheet, and man, so let's talk about a little bit. Here we go, race strategy once again. You're Brian Willett and you're Ryder Chapman. You're both pretty much equal in speed, but Ryder Chapman has been consistently showing up at tracks and absolutely being the fastest rider on the track, no matter which class he's in. Yesterday with a 55-second, and to date, as far as I see, that was the fastest lap of yesterday. So your brother, the fastest rider out here now, how's he going to play it here for this race? He either drives in usual Ryder Chapman style, or he's going to have to play it safe because this is too close to call. We're about to find out. By the beginning of the pro race, TJ Sievers out front, and Braden Craw quickly get in front of Ryder Van Beekum and Mia Chapman. Who's it going to be for there it is, Brian Willett, your brother, right there, starting off early, and they got to get settled into each other, or here we go. It's going to be a battle one way or the other.
It's going to be a close one, definitely. A lot of tight points battles in these classes and a lot of cars out there, so hopefully everybody can keep it clean and put on a good race.
It's going to be exciting for both classes. Now, just so you know, if you're out there looking, you're wondering why there are two classes that separated. These are the same cars, but these are just different, two different classes. Out front is TJ Sievers and Braden Craw with Ryder Van Beekum. They are the pros out here for the weekend in the naturally aspirated class. But Brian Willett, Ryder Chapman, and Carson Greco, they are the amateurs out here in the NA. And everybody I just mentioned, they have the ability to put it on top of the box in their respective classes. Well, at the moment right now in the amateurs, Brian Willett is out front of Ryder Chapman. And it begs me to ask the question if Ryder Chapman just playing it cool for the first half right here. And I'll bet you one way or the other, your brother's going to come out swinging on the second half.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. Both Brian and Ryder are really talented drivers and very different at the same time. So it's really hard to say, but we'll have to see how it ends up.
Well, you know, Marnie Jones has been printing out the points chase here for me all weekend long. She's going to have to print it out again on this one because I'm not going to go down there and call it just like I did with his brother Cash Hart. So, hey, Mia Chapman, you know what I'm going to do right now? I did this to you on the last race. I'm going to turn my mic over to Crew Hart here. So you and Crew Hart, let's see you guys announce this race. Crew asked me, he said, hey man, can I announce the TJ Sievers race? I said, okay. So Mia Chapman, it's you'll take lead here and pull this young man to it. Here we go. I'm going to hand it over to him. So everybody sit tight. Crew Hart's going to take over my spot. All right, Chris.
I think we missed some action out there. I believe the 32 car got around Brian Willett, so I think we got a race on our hands. It's always a close one between these two. Very different driving styles, but still two very fast people.
Yeah, I mean, Willet's up by 1 point and Ryder's right there. So if Willet gets second, I wonder if he'll still win or not.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree there. And throwing it back up to the pro amateur class, TJ Sewer's actually absolutely checking out there. Really on his mark today. I believe he is the champion leader of the pro class as well. So
yeah, it looks like Ryder and Braden are back and forth. It looks like Ryder's just like waiting for a mistake and just gonna be right there. Oh, he went inside? It's also especially harder for Chapman because he has a broken wrist.
Definitely, yeah, it can definitely make things challenging, especially driving a car out there on this track right now and having a broken wrist. I don't know that I would want that to be me, but big props to him for, doing a great job this weekend. And the battle right now between Craw and Van Beekom is a close one.
Yeah, it looks like Chapman, he hit a rut yesterday, so looks like he's trying to push to get first and win. It looks like Greco and Willie are just right there. It's pretty interesting because usually for this class it gets rutted towards the end and that's when it gets really sketchy. So if Chapman can hold it on and just stay in first, he should be good. But they still have that competition yellow that changes everything.
Absolutely. That competition yellow really groups everyone back up, and it can get rowdy, especially those last few laps coming out there. And I think the key there is to not let the pressure get to you and try to get out front fast.
It looks like they're out for competition. It looks like Greco got past Craw. I wonder what happened. Oh. And it looks like maybe Willett went too wide on corner 5 and Carson just snuck right in there. So, but the restart, I wonder if Carson's gonna try to dive down or try to go outside and get down and pass Ryder.
That definitely seems to be a factor out here. The moment you leave that door open, somebody's right there to capitalize on it, and I'm sure we'll see some of that here in our second half, and it's going to get a little crazy, but hopefully we can get through it clean and get all these drivers to the podium.
Yeah, I mean...
What are your predictions for this restart?
I think TJ will try to just get inside and not let Ryder sneak in, and then just try to get good lines, and also try to do different lines so Ryder or Craw or Chapman doesn't sneak up on him on the second corner, because it seems to lots like on the starts kind of people push too wide and they get past. So
a tough line to balance there for sure, especially between trying to finish the race, especially if you're in the points. Like we see Braden Craw out there. I'm sure he's trying to get through this race, make it to the finish, because I just don't think Ryder Van Beekom could make up that point gap, but we'll see what happens here. I'm sure it's going to get a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like back and forth with Craw and Ryder, so we'll see if Craw can get back at Ryder and they'll keep battling. See what they can do right here. It looks like TJ just took that middle line and he's good. So it looks like Willie got past Greco, but we'll see when it comes into this corner, because I mean, on the starts, people try to dive down and get that pass. So we'll see what happens on this straightaway. It's looking like Willett and Greco are just right there between. And they're just like, they're right on Chapman. If he makes a mistake, it's gonna, looks like Chapman just went inside on Craw and Willett. Let's see what can happen in this corner. It seems to be a little challenging in corner 5 because it's so tight for how fast these cars are.
Definitely, you were just out there. Is that kind of a hard area to pass in between turn 3 and turn 4?
Yeah, I mean, I actually connected with Nixon McCormick. He got past me and I was on him and I went through corner 5 and I inside and I got in front of him and I left the door open in 6 and when I went turn down, we just connected it. And it broke his tire, and then it cracked my lower A-arm because later in the race, my A-arm broke, and I had to finish the race slow, and I ended up coming 3rd still in the championship by 3 points. It kind of looks like I was a little right. I mean, 2 people just biked it. Craw biked it in 2, and it looks like, is it Josh, looks like? And the 555, I think it is.
Ryder Van Beekum now taking over that lead, trying to extend it, and with just a few laps here to go, bring it on home.
It looks like TJ made some mistakes and they slipped by, but he's still pushing. It's looking like they're starting to form ruts at the end of the corners, and that tends to get really sketchy because how they drive. They've been racing for a while. They outside in and they catch that rut going that fast, and they're over.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen quite a few people in this race make a pass that way and make it stick, and I think that's what you got to do when it's a tight racetrack. It's technical. You really got to try to make whatever you can work, and the corners definitely seem to be the best place.
It looks like white flag. Oh, Brian Willett. It's starting to look like maybe there's an issue with TJ's car. He's falling behind a little, but let's see if he can catch back up in this last lap. And I think he'll still have the first place if he just holds it on and doesn't flip or nothing, just stays clean.
I definitely have to agree with you. He has a pretty big points lead, so if he can finish this race, I think that will lock it down for him.
Looks like Craw might have it on Willett, but you never know if Willett can try to sneak it inside. But it looks like there's just too much of a gap. It looks like Carson tried to inside on TJ. See what happened in this last corner.
Ryder Van Beekum will be your winner of the Pro NA race, and Ryder Chapman will be the winner of the Amateur NA race.
Yeah, it looks like Ryder seems excited. I think it's starting to seem like maybe he did win because they were only down by a point, so.
A close one for sure. We'll have to wait and see on who secured that. But man, what a race. I feel like we never really stopped talking. A lot of action going on, a lot of cars and talented drivers on that racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like yesterday two cars took some hard tumbles in corner 2. First it was Ryder. He took a hard and just flipped it over, barrel rolled, and then Trent, another lap later, just hits that same Ryan. Almost saved it, but hit his front tire and just started tumbling, so.
A lot of ruts definitely develop on that racetrack throughout the day, but here come the drivers. We'll go down there and talk to them. Thanks for calling the race with me.
Yeah. Take that down to Mark. Yeah. Good job. You're really good at talking. Mark. Podium. I don't think he's coming down. No, bro. If I have to. He's not even coming yet. He can do it. No, they're not even up in podium yet, bro. All of them are out there? I know. Before that guy comes down? What place did we get? Second. First in the championship, though. Because Stetson broke his arm. He said, I know. Or he would have won. He's going to do it. I dare. If you ask him, I'm going to be mad. If you ask him, I'm going to be mad. If you tell him that I need to do it, I'm going to freaking smack him.
I love it. All right, all right. Who do you got up there first? Got the pro. Let's take the pro NA up here. The pros. I need Braden Craw, TJ Sievers, and Ryder Van Beeka. All right. Come on, gentlemen, bench race after we get done with the podium, please. You guys are up first. You guys can bench race here in a second. Come on. We got an awards banquet to do. We can bench race there. Well, all right, we'll be waiting. I believe that a hat is necessary. Well, you know what? A crazy race, both classes intertwined like that. It's crazy to announce, so I let Crew Hart announce, and he did a great job. I was able to listen to him. But let's talk about you. You had your hands full, lots of position changes.
Yeah, off the start, I was definitely battling with TJ. We hit the first jump. I landed sideways, threw my ribs into the seat, and I was definitely feeling that one. And then me and Ryder had a nice little battle for a little bit, and then I kind of fell back. And then I got on the bike a lot, actually. And then
big one in turn two.
Yeah, in turn one, I thought I was done.
You know, I called it. Well, I didn't get a call. I was over there. I was actually standing next to him, and I was still announcing. Even though I didn't have a mic in my hand. Oh, Braden Craw, 2 wheels. Everybody's like, I'm looking around. Did anybody hear that? But, man, it's visually spectacular to watch.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Well, let's talk about it. Let's hear the people that make it happen for Braden Craw.
Huge sakes to my mom, my dad, Polaris, Mark Queen for the absolute rocket ship, Method Race Wheels, and everybody else. Thank you.
Well, there it is, Braden Craw, everybody. Look at that check there. That's a great one. Hold it up. But TJ Sievers, I wasn't announcing this one, so I was looking down at the video, and then I looked down, and next thing you know, you were a bit behind. What happened there?
Lost brakes, third lap.
Oh.
They're completely done. We'll get them fixed, hopefully, before the turbo class. We're running that same car, but and she finally sold too, so that's exciting.
Well, I mean, it's a fast car. You know, didn't have to do much to make that sell. I did mention that it was for sale, and I said, hey, make sure you buy this car after the winning car, so they got it.
Yeah, they did.
All right, very good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You better keep it together on the next race then. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen.
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe and keeping all of us safe. Polaris Razor, R&R Steel, Rob Muzzy, Mayru, DXAR, Steel Savers, ZRP, Valor Wheels, XTC, JG Racing, 12 West, Arizona Solar Wave, my mom, my dad, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Well, then we figured it out yesterday, too. You are the current 2025 champion.
Current.
Does that feel good?
Very good.
And that car is the current champ of this class.
Yes, it is.
All right, very good. But today, a man that had a lot of issues yesterday overcame the Ryder Van Beekum on top today. And that's got to feel pretty dang good.
Oh, yeah, especially with all the issues that we've been having with the RS1s lately between me and my dad.
Well, you know what? It was exciting to watch, and once you got up there, man, you smoothed out, and you brought it on home.
Yeah, I definitely try. Me and Braden had a good battle there, going for a few laps. I got around him. Then me and TJ battled there for about a lap. You know, they're both great drivers. We all drive very similar, so trying to get around each other is always a pretty big issue. But yeah.
Well, you guys grew up racing together, for gosh sakes. That's the way it happens. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I think I want to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this. Matt and Kevin for prepping my cars. I want to thank R&R Steel Racing, Rob Muzzy, XMF, E2R, and PPEI.
Ryder Van Beekem, everybody, your winner of the second day out here at Core on Sunday. Great job. Congratulations, Ryder Van Beekem. Well. Brian Willett, Carson Greco, and Ryder Chapman, come on up here. Got to tell you something. Brian Willett and Ryder Chapman were 1 point away from the championship chase. So come on up here, and Brian Willett and Carson Greco. Where's Carson at? Is he already up here? He snuck by me. Well, as long as Brian up here, I can get my interview started. Well, Brian Willett, it all boiled down to this race, man. 1 point separated you and Ryder Chapman. You were looking poised in the beginning, but it would look like something put you back in the back.
Yeah, it was definitely tough battling with Ryder in the beginning, just dealing with Ryder and then Carson behind me, having to worry about both of them, trying to keep up with Ryder at the same time as keep Carson behind me was stressful.
I mean, it was stressful. I was listening to the announcers. I let Crew Hart take over my spot, and Mia Chapman and Crew Hart, I was listening to their announcement, and it definitely was a hard race to announce. Both classes in there, and you just being back where you were.
Yeah, during the end of the race, I just started getting tired and wasn't able to push as hard as I was.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, still a great way to end the 2025 season. I'm going to hold off the results here until I get over there. Yeah, this one's always, what do they call it, wonky? I love that word. But all right, but let's hear the people that make it happen for you.
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, my family, IMG Motorsports, Rivershore Motorsports, Sneaky, and Benchmark Performance.
There you go, Brian Willett, everybody, third place for here today in the end of this class. But let's keep it going, Carson Greco. You know, every time Ryder gets up, I always start off calling him Carson. I just do it. I think it's just a habit of saying that name. All right. Well, a crazy race to watch. I was able to watch this time instead of announce it. I let Crew Hart do it. Tell us about the race from the start.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Willett and Ryder took off. I tried to keep up with them till mandatory, and then try to catch Ryder, but he was already too far out to get it.
Man, you are winded. You're like, that was a battle. If you're up here winded, that must have been a battle for you.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
All right, well, very good. Well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, Mason Atterbury, Jacob Plays, Bobby for giving me the arms to be able to race this car today. R&R Steel, 2X Motorsports, EVP Mode, and everyone else I forgot.
Carson Greco, everybody, second place, a hard-fought battle. But this man, first time I get to talk to him, and he did it all with a broken hand. Look at this. And I asked him, how'd you break your hand? He said, racing. And I go, what the heck do you mean racing? He goes, but not in the car. He goes, I was running and I fell. Well, or did you fall or did you jump?
Was falling and then jumped.
I was already on my way down, so I thought I'd make it look spectacular, and a broken hand as a result. Well, all right. This race, you had to fight for it, but you ended up getting in front and right behind your teammate, Ryder Van Beekem.
Yeah, it was most definitely a nerve-wracker at the beginning, starting in the back. Even though yesterday, started dead last yesterday, made it up to first overall and put some car links. So if I did it yesterday, I knew I could do it today as long as I was smart and I didn't get in my head. Before the race, was nervous out of my mind, and then as soon as I get on the track, it was dead calm, so I knew it was going to be a good race. I like the new track. Yesterday, the track was real rough and rutted. Today, the track was a little bit better. I'm glad Kelvin worked on turn 2. It's not all rutted and sketchy, so thank you, Kelvin. It was fun going in and out in between cars and just working my way up through the field. I knew today I was going to have to win to get the championship with Willett, so was nervous on that, but it turned out good, and it was a clean race. I didn't get nobody. Yesterday, that roll was pretty hard, though. Yeah, it was not feeling good yesterday, so I got a headache from it, but adrenaline's up right now, so I'm feeling good. Car was good. We only had to change the upper A-arm, luckily, And then Jimmy gave us a new upper A-arm, so big thank you to Jimmy because he always comes in clutch with the A-arms. Like, literally lifesaver with that. We were going to have to drill out an old factory arm, so thank you, Jimmy. But I want to thank my mom, my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication, R&R Steel, E2R Shocks, Rugged Radios, Rob Muzzy, Kyle for being my good girl. Look at him over there yapping. And then Kevin and Matt in the pits. I know they do a lot. Big thank you to Bob, too. He's done more than enough for me that I could ever ask for from somebody. But it's been a pretty fun season. Couldn't have asked for it any other way.
All right, well, very good. I'm standing in between these two. You think you already got the championship wrapped up? Let's read it together. 298 points and 294 to Brian Willett with a differential of 4 points. You are the current 2025 champion. How does that feel?
That's great. Finally got it done. Did say it was going to be close to Willett, but I'm just glad that we ended up on top. It was a good season with Willett. It was clean, so couldn't have asked for any other way.
Brian Willett, man, same thing, man. You guys battled out 4-point differential between the championship. It narrowed down right here to this race.
Yeah, it was definitely a battle all season.
All right, well, let me get out the way. You guys as current champions and warriors that fought for the amateur, and a congratulations, Ryder Chapman with the championship. Here, I'll let you keep that, Mama, because I know that's for the R&R Steel, that the Hollow champions. Uh-oh, you got one more thing? All right, let me shut this down. Coming up next, I was going to say Mia Chapman, but here we go. Boy, it really, it's like it's a. Well, all right. What an exciting race that was. Great to see both classes there intermixed, and it was really neat to see both the victors of each class finish first and second. They are teammates. The R&R Steel, they needed a good finish here for the weekend. And Ryder Chapman now with the championship all signed up. That's got to feel pretty good. It's got to feel good to be a sister with the championship.
Yeah, no, super proud of him for sure. It was a great season watching him and Brian Willett battle it out. They're two very talented drivers, and Brian definitely didn't give it to Ryder easy. So yeah, and they've always kept it clean. So yeah, it's always fun watching them race together.
Well, Brian Willett was one of the first, coming in here to Core. I had to, I knew a lot of the racers that you and I already knew from the previous organization, and so no surprise. But I had to learn a lot of the people that have been racing with Core, the Cotters, and everything. Then I ended up finding the Cotters and a lot of other organizations that I also announced for. But Brian Willett was like the first racer that I started paying attention to when I joined here at Core. And to me, his style, he was, as you see, his composure on the podium. It was hard to read at first. I thought, what
very humble.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a softly spoken, just humble. Yeah, humble. That's exactly it. And first few times of talking to him, pretty much every race he's on the podium. So I knew this kid that I was going to be talking to him throughout the year. And what that did was it developed, even though I'm the announcer and I'm part of the family and I'm part of the race deals, I can still have some of the drivers that I'm a fan of. And, Connor Maxwell's one of them. I'm definitely a fan of Connor Maxwell. Love his style. So aggressive. I love his style. But Brian Willett, man, all-around great guy and a severe competitor. And when he's out there on that track, it doesn't look like that's his demeanor. So, well, here we go. I didn't get a chance to do it because I wanted to make the point. But the SR1's out there. Paul O'Brien, Scott Webster, and Larry Hayes. And yesterday, Paul O'Brien taking the lead and the win. But now the vets, Terry McBroom ended up winning in the 915 car. But Dan Hearn, he's got the points to win the championship this year for the 2025. So Daniel Hearn's got to get in a hurry. And I have a feeling that Daniel Hearn is going to drive the race of his life here this weekend today. Right next to him, though, Steve Hansen, the 969 car, the lone Arctic Cat out here for the weekend. And Lucy Block in the 430 car. And Lucy Block, you can see here in that bright blue livery. And one we forgot about, Ricky Craw, Braden Craw's father. That's why we were waiting. And Ricky Craw every now and again climbs in Brandon's car and says, sure, I'll race with the vets.
Yeah, it is funny because they race right after Braden does. So we watch him hand the radio over to Braden, and Braden come up and spot for him.
That car's still hot. That seat is still sweaty. Dad's going to climb right in.
Dad's got to have some fun, too.
I would love to see your dad get in one of the cars. I bet he'd be dang good. Well, Lucy Block having a little bit of an incident yesterday, but she was able to get it back here and finish. I like seeing Lucy out here. And Lucy driving it up here with the vets here. But look at that, getting side by side to our current points leader. And Lucy Block definitely totally skyded over the ski jump. But Lucy Block already enjoying a much better day today. And Ricky Craw, now Ricky Craw is the father of Braden Craw, but Ricky can drive as well. And look at this, Lucy in the rear, Lucy lunging forward in turn 4. And now side by side, Steve Hansen. And Steve Hansen, you know he can feel her right there. I want to talk about the SR1s, but the vets out here putting on a race. Now, Mia Chapman, there's what I expected from Lucy Block yesterday, and she is already in second place. I'm going to try to run down Terry McBroom. We got a race on our hands.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I think it just took a little bit of time to get adjusted to the track, this type of racing, but she's right back up there and showing what she can do.
And she is finding a really good line off the ski jump. She is just airing out that car. And just a little bit of what I see there, that car, she's on the brakes and then on the accelerator. Once she sets the car, and you can see there, tons of traction in turn 4. telling me that that car has got some great acceleration.
I definitely, always helps having a great driver behind the wheel as well. Just works hand in hand with each other.
Well, let's not forget about the SR1 boys. Paul O'Brien, a repeat of yesterday. Paul O'Brien just excited to be back in the SR1s. I know Scott Webster, I got to talk to him. Scott Webster been racing SR1s for a long time. Time. I love Scott Webster. Absolutely love him. Well, I'm really enjoying this. I really would love to see Lucy Block get caught up to Terry McBroom. They are going to have the competition yellow. Scott Webster. A little bit of a slap landing there. So Terry McBroom, you know, I'm just going to say, quite the character. And what I mean by that, quite the lovable character. Like, you know, we were talking about Brian Willett, but Terry McBroom, also when I got to talk to him, the first day I talked to him, I knew I was going to like that guy. Like, you know, I just knew, you know, the word kind just exudes out of him. It just comes out of him like, it's such an energy. You know, there's a new word that is an old word, but the kids are making it a word. They call it, or you know, just your aura now. But I'm using it in Terry McBroom's energy and aura on that podium is just it's intoxicating. It's amazing. It's infectious. He's great.
Yeah, I got to talk with him yesterday, and it was so rad to be down there and just talking to each other right before the race. And yeah, he's such a nice, genuine person. So yeah, awesome to have him out here, and you know, he's kicking butt out there and really enjoying it. It's so much fun for him, he was telling me. So yeah, it's awesome to see him doing well.
That's one of the psychology 101 is to try to always lift your partner up, lift your friends up. You know, by lifting them up, they'll come back for you. That's what I feel from Terry McBroom. I feel that he is here to make your day good. That makes him right, you know what I mean? And that's just the way I feel about that young man. So, Terry McBroom, we got a car over. That's Ricky Craw. As I look like the car, I didn't even see that behind it again, right behind the cameras. I couldn't even see it. But, yeah, Terry McBroom, just one of the most kindest human beings I know on the planet Earth. That's going to bring out the full course caution. So let's see if we can recap real quick. Paul O'Brien still out front. The old man, Scott Webster. And Larry Hayes in the famed Honey Badger. You know, you can see that Honey Badger silhouette. It's been the same since that car has been introduced. Back over here, that's going to group them together. Terry McBroom and Lucy Block. No damage done to Ricky and the car. So I do believe that he's not going to lose a position, just going to flip him back over, lose a lap, but he is going to lose a position or two. Man, you know how I always tell you there's certain cars that just look mean sitting there. You know what I mean? They look like they're going fast sitting there. Lucy Block's car is that car. It looks fast just sitting there. You know what I mean? So, you know, just love to see the silhouette of that car. But back to talking about Terry McBroom taking command of this race, and he's not holding back. Well, me and Chapman, we got a break in the action. Let's talk about PCI Race Radios, the official race radio of Core. With over 50 years of experience, PCI Race Radios literally pioneered the intercoms, the helmet and race radios used in today's cars and of yesterday. GPS units used today with years of development of their own personal racing experiences that have helped to design the best quality products available. Each and every product is tested by the R&D department to ensure that it can be used in all different terrains and weather. After all, they are racers, and their products were made in the USA by the racers. So are made for the racers by the racers. PCI rate. Let's try it one more time. I don't know why I'm fouling up there. PCI manufactures all of their intercoms right here in the USA, and that's very important. Go down there and talk with Shannon. He'll teach you how to do it. Baja Racing Gear, he is here. And by the way, I've been talking about the T-shirts here that are on sale for $10. I'm not talking about Coors swag. I'm talking about the shirts that Shannon has over there at Baja Racing Gear. Liquidation, go over there and get them. Scott Webster to the outside to get out of that dust. I think that was a smart move, but he opened the door way too wide for Larry Hayes. So now Scott Webster is going to have to put his long-time knowledge to work here and try to get back around again. But at this point, Larry Hayes was able to get side by side, and Scott Webster going to have to make up a few positions. But Terry McBroom, that blue RS1. And now I think he's going to have his hands full with Lucy Block. Scott Webster spinning out, becoming a roadblock for everybody else. You can't park there. Back to racing action. Paul O'Brien on the restart, just straight up checking out. So we're going to have a little bit of a change here. If the cars can stay in this order, Larry Hayes is going to be happy with a second place finish today. Back to the vets, rather. All right, I'm trying to piece together what happened. Dan Hearn is stuck right in the middle, precariously in turn 6. You'll be able to see it, yep, right there. Not in the middle there, but right in the middle of the groove. And Paul O'Brien, our SR1 leader, was able to get around with no problems. And I have a feeling we're going to leave him there until it's safe to tug him out with just a local yellow. All right, bad news for our points leader, Daniel Hearn. And that's going to mean, man, let's see where we're at here for the vets.
Okay, guys, you're clear.
Coming into this race.
I'm sorry. Clear out of his way, let him catch you.
But all right, let's look back out on the track right now. Scott Webster well behind. And it makes me wonder if there's also a mechanical problem he's fighting, but car looks like it's to speed. Man, Paul O'Brien now, if he catches him, gonna get a lap. There it is.
No.
Oh no.
I don't think we have the best.
There it is. All right, well, we know it. So Daniel Hearn walking in here with 220 with a 201 with Steve Hansen. So if Daniel Hearn records a DNF, it is a possibility that Steve Hansen could win the championship. Well, I'm not going to call it, but definitely in contention. So don't. Again, I always say here's Mark Wright again, the new and improved Mark Wright. It's not official, so don't listen to what I say on that particular incident. Checker flag flies though for Paul O'Brien. I can tell you he won this race, and I can also tell you that he very easily has won the championship. Locked it up. I do believe he locked it up yesterday. Paul O'Brien, your SR1 champ. Let me make double certain. I did see it just now.
You did.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. I don't even need to look at it. But again, I'm unofficial, but I'm just going to let you know, unofficially, Paul O'Brien, your SR1 2025 champion. Indeed it is. Over Scott Webster with a 228. Scott Webster, hang in there. You just gotta finish. Again, I'm going to have to wait because look at this 218 to 228. That's only a differential of 10 points. That's exactly what I think is going to be the difference here. So I got to wait again. So I cannot announce Scott Webster in second place for the points chase. And I cannot announce Larry Hayes either. So we're going to have to wait for Marnie Jones to print me out the points here. And then I will let you know on the podium. And then back over here to the vets, Dan Hearn now. And I think, unfortunately, Dan Hearn is going to record a DNF. And back to the, I was going to say back to the overlay, but here we go. Well, the way I saw it, Terry McBroom, first place. Lucy Block in second place. And Steve Hansen in third. And it's going to see how these points work out. Is it going to be Steve Hansen for the championship? Or come on up here. Come up here and stand in front of this thing for 10 minutes. We got cooler going on. Are you having heat stroke? Don't die on me now. You are. I know your mom. I know your dad. Yep. How is your mom, by the way?
Doing good.
Oh yeah, you're already done. He's already got cancer. He's already got skin cancer. I'm not playing around with that, but I'm playing around with him. So, all right, sit tight. We'll talk with the winners. Right, all right. Up first, let's get the SR1s up here. What a race. They're already bench racing. I got a bench race with them a little bit last night. Woo. Don't you guys love taking Jason's money? I love it. I hope they're watching right now so I can say, hey, Jason, thanks for the money. You. All right, that's yours. Cha-ding. Look at that, Larry. That one's yours. And, wow. What the heck? The old man taking the scraps. Well, man, hey, let's talk about it. Scott Webster, what happened out there?
You know, I went out there ready to drive, and I wanted to get around these guys. I wanted a first place. I feel like I drove my ass off. After the restart, Larry was right there. I made a mistake. He got under me, and there was no coming back after that.
Well, I bet if you go check your laps, I even called it. I was up there as you got back there running your own race. You seemed to be faster than anybody out there, so you might have had the fastest recorded lap. I didn't look at him.
Well, that would be awesome, but I want to be standing right there. I don't have the fastest.
You look like one of these kids. You're not going to cry on me now, are you?
I might. They just outdrove me. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Susie's birthday weekend. It wasn't from partying too much last night. They just outdrove me.
Say that again. They just outdrove you.
They just outdrove me. This was not because I overdrank last night.
See, kids, us men don't make excuses. Good job. All right, well, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Network Automotive, my wife Susie, Derek the spotter, family, and everybody that come out. Thank you all. Thanks for putting us together a good track, Core. We appreciate being able to race here.
You know what's really good? I get to say that it wasn't my fault that you overdrank because I stayed for about 4 beers and left. So, woo, that was very uncommon of me. But congratulations, Scott Webster. Great job there in 3rd place. Well, Larry Hayes, man, we got to talk for a little bit too. And, you drove right, and you were right there. Scott made a mistake, and he parked his car right there in turn 4 for everybody to go around. And then you took advantage and never looked back.
Well, I helped him park his car in turn 4.
I didn't see that. I screamed on the microphone, "Hey, you can't park there!" Well, it's your fault.
No, yeah, I was trying to get to that inside, and that corner pushes so hard. So we were, after that full course, we're so close, and in turn 3 we were right side by side too, and it definitely gets sketchy sometimes. But we tried to get him to do keg stands last night, and we didn't even have a keg, so.
You guys succeeded doing keg stands without a keg. If I remember, you guys did it on 2 shaky tables. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but we try to be as clean as possible, and it was a bummer to see him to hit him and spin him like that. So
you're bumming me out that I didn't stick around.
Yeah. But no, it's a great group of people to race with. I want to thank my wife Susie for spotting me and supporting me, Wellers for putting some money up, and Core, all you guys for doing this. Thank you guys.
There it is, Larry Hayes, everybody. But, man, the man of the weekend, Paul O'Brien. Such a great weekend for you. Did great. I didn't see any marks you missed. If you made some mistakes, I didn't see one of them.
All the mistakes, Mark, were in the pits. Starting on Wednesday and even today, we rolled out without a radio. So Brian McCormick, wherever he is, thank you for the radio. On the line, car wouldn't start, so Larry almost had to push start me. Oh, geez. So it was just one of those weekends. But once got on the track, it was good. These guys were coming hard. Off that restart, I knew Scott was going to be coming because I'll make jokes. I know every time he's on the track, he's ready to race. So is Larry. I mean, it's so close. You make one mistake, and they're right on you. But it was fun. We had a fun the week that I had. I'm so thankful to even be out here racing. So thanks to Core. The track was amazing. I was a little nervous with no water, and then he ripped it, but that was an awesome track. So good job.
I didn't see you guys bike once, so you guys had the traction just right.
Yeah, you could really throw it in. It was pretty good. Thanks again to Core, Weller Racing, for putting him the money. My wife, she really she had to scramble and find a radio as we're going on the track. So we made it, so we're good.
All right, well, very good. Well, let's check this out. This is a slip that you guys got right here. Let's pull this one out. Look here at SR1. Who do we got here? In 3rd place for the points chase, Larry Hayes. 2nd place, Scott Webster. And your season champion, Paul O'Brien. That's got to feel pretty good, too, Paul O'Brien. I'm going to get out the way. You guys said your thank you, and he is your current reigning 2025 SR1 champ. I really want to see this class. If you guys are listening out there on the live track feed, I really want to see this class get back to the glory days where it seemed like we had 100 SR1s on this track. I would love to see it back there. So please, I know there's a lot of SR1s out there. Get them able to pass tech. Get them out here, and let's race SR1 class. Well, it's going to be a great one, too, for the books. Steve Hansen, Lucy Block, and Terry McBroom. Come on. Somebody wake Terry up. I've been saying that all weekend. All right, Steve Hansen. Well. He was yesterday, though, and it felt pretty good. Well, Steve Hansen, you are always incredibly fun. Leave Terry alone. It's just me and you right now. Man, you found some speed today. Terry McBroom still checked out there, but you had your hands full with Lucy Block. That must have felt pretty good. I know you looked over and saw her coming at you.
Oh yeah. I could see her every time, every corner. I could look in my mirror. I see her getting closer and closer. She's obviously an awesome driver, an okay car setup guy. No, I had a blast. The car went in limp mode twice. Right before the white flag and then at the white flag, so I just had to put around and try to finish.
Well, I have a question for you, and I already know the answer. Were you having fun?
Oh, fuck, I was having a blast. All right. Running up on her bumper for about a lap and a half or so, that that was one of the best times. That was fun.
I mean, how often do you get to do that? That's a lot of fun. Right on. Well, great job out there. Let's talk about the people that make it happen.
My wife Jackie, Gore, what the fuck are you doing? Speedworks, PCI, and thanks to Core for an awesome event.
Man, I love Steve. I love me some Steve Hansen, everybody, in third place today. Well, Lucy Block, the first time of the weekend I get to talk to you. You know, today from yesterday, you found a lot of speed, man, and it was showing. So take us from the start.
Well, I had a lot of fun, and yeah, I'm just out here learning how to do this.
I mean, it is fun to watch it, and that's why I said you found some speed, because the driver from yesterday and the driver, it's almost like you guys, like you had somebody else in the car yesterday, but today, man, you had speed, you had acceleration, you were setting the car up right in the corners, and I was commenting on it. Totally different 2 days of racing.
Yeah, it's really fun. Can't wait to come back and do it again.
All right, and you know, I was going to get that in somewhere. Are you coming back? Are you hooked now?
I mean, I hope so. As long as it lines up with the schedule, I'll be here.
All right, well, very good. Well, we're very glad to have you out here. Let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
Oh, wow. My family, my kids screwed my car. Terry, Blockhouse Racing, I don't know, Alpine Stars, VP Racing Fuels. I give my kid crap for not getting this right, and I can't remember anything. Stilo Helmets, Rugged Radios. So, tuning my car. Evo. So.
Did you miss anybody there?
Probably.
Well, welcome to Short Course Off-Road Racing. I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right, Lucy blocked everybody, but this man, everybody loves him, Terry McBroom. Gosh dang it. Oh, I got to start off with my hug. You know, you see this man, you just want to hug him. Terry McBroom, your weekend of racing, I already know, I've pretty much write down what you're going to say, but man, what a great weekend of racing for you.
I had a blast today because she was right on my ass, and I had to get moving. Track was great, a lot of fun. We got some more old guys going to come out now and race. I want to really thank Daryl Chaston. He takes care of my car, talks to me all the time. Well, you don't talk, he yells at me. And I really want to thank the good Lord for me being here, being safe, and I'm alive.
Terry McBroom, everybody. I'm going to let him have it. I love this young man. Here is your vet class winners. Now, I got this little slip. I did it to them. Pull it out here. Is it going to be Terry McBroom or Steve Hansen? I feel like I'm pulling the results out of a daddy test. Steve Hansen, let's see here. Vet open. Steve Hansen, 236. You are not the father. Daniel Hearn still takes it with 253. I thought you were going to take it because of the DNF, and I could be wrong, but that's just what I have here. But, you know, still a great end to a season.
There's Daniel right there.
Well, there it is. There you. Yeah, what the heck? The fuel pump left the conversation. Well, apparently then Daniel Hearn, all he had to do was the few laps that he did to secure it, because 253 to 256, a differential of 17 points. I didn't want to call it up there. I even said I'm going to wait for the printout, because, I mean, I love Dan, and I'm glad he won it. I am very happy, and I'll come down there and interview you. But I really did kind of in my heart want to see you walk away with the championship. Daniel Hearn, come here. We're going to get another interview from you tonight, but how's it feel here with the laps that you finished taking the championship?
Felt good. Car was doing good. I was trying to work my way up. I was fighting with Steve, and I was like, well, let's just see what happens. And Ricky, I saw him pirouette right in front of me, and I was worried I was going to hit him. And then SR1 was right in front of me. He spun out. I didn't see him until it was almost too late, and I was able to get around him. So it was fun. I had a blast.
All right, well, there it is, your current champ, and we'll stick around. We'll get an interview with him at the end of the night. Great job out there, Steve Hansen. I was pulling for you, but it just got it done. All right, Mia Chapman, here we go. The Pro Turbo Class, the Amateur Turbo Class will start right after this. But here it is. Your winner yesterday, Brian McCormick to the outside of turn 1. He's got Bobby Van Beekum on the inside. And now the amateurs will start.
Rider's car. Yep.
All right. Let's meet the drivers here in the Pro Turbo Class. Brian McCormick in the 333 car. Kyle Larkin on the 93 car. Ryder Van Beekum in the 64Y. Dan Kelly in the 704. Micah Block in the 82. Passing the finish line at this point. And Connor Maxwell 191 is not found out there, but listen to this. The 64 car out there, TJ Sievers, is rounding off this field. And just so you know, that car that he's driving is a non-turbo car. He's driving it here in the turbo class. But right now, out front, the 64 car
of Ryder Van Beekum.
Ryder Van Beekum. All right. All right, now we got it all situated. Brian McCormick, though, having to step down here to third place. Wonder if there's an issue there, but Micah Block in the number 82 car finds himself charging after Ryder Van Beekum. Let's look back at the amateurs as they come through. Dan Kelly now. The battle is developing right now. Micah Block and Ryder Van Beekum. Ryder Van Beekum out front. Mia Chapman, I love seeing the speed that these turbo cars are putting down. Great aerial view once again from our drone pilots. Brian, one of the best in the business. Tyler from Next Level out here as well.
What are you looking for?
Well, all right, back to racing. The battle's still developing between Ryder Van Beekum and Micah Block. Micah Block not letting go of that rear bumper. And you can see that right there as they come into turn 6. They're going to drag race once again down the front straightaway. They are bumper to bumper as Ryder Van Beekum sets up early going into turn 1, stays on the inside, while Micah Block, midway through the turn, stays right there. You can see Micah Block flick the car into turn 2 to the inside. They're side by side. But Ryder Van Beekum with the drive to keep the position as they come into turn 3. Micah Block checking up a little bit. Ryder Van Beekum showing a little bit of veteran move right there. Taking the line away from Micah Block. And Kyle Arkanar right now, haven't heard from him all weekend. Looks like he's going to get his first podium of the weekend. And back to the amateurs.
like that will be the 32 of Ryder Chapman leading the pro amateurs through this race. Ryan Denny right behind him, and Brandon Birmingham will round out the top 3.
While we were watching that, the Kira Block car coming down the front straightaway, very aggressive into turn 2, almost taking out TJ Sievers. And I was talking with TJ's dad, and he was telling me that, doesn't want this scenario, and that's exactly the scenario. Got Kira really, really hot in there into turn 2. So it was already being investigated, so let's see how that develops out here. Again, I like call what I see, and Kira did very aggressively go into turn 2 there, but that's one for the officials to work out if they decide not to make a call or not. But all right, Mia Chapman, there you go. Kira Block out front, Ryder Chapman.
I thought she was a...
Mia Chapman, man, what an eventful weekend we could state. Definitely an eventful weekend of racing. And here we go with the second half. Brian McCormick, your number one finisher yesterday, finds himself in third place. Or no, sorry, actually checked out now. And Kyle Arcana in third place. And Micah Block now side by side with Ryder Van Beekem down the back straightaway. Can Micah Block come out victorious in that pass? But Ryder Van Beekem with the outside in. But Ken Block had the drive out of turn 2 and his first into turn 3.
Not Ken. You said Block.
I hope I didn't say that. But Micah Block Michael Block with a great job throwing it into turn 3. Did I say it? I don't know now. Michael Block now out front, extending the lead. Ahead of Ryder Van Beekem. Now Ryder Van Beekem, Kyle Arcana was right behind him, but look at this. Kira Block now dicing it up with Ryder Van Beekem. And Kyle Arcana with what appears to be some sort of makeshift cover over his coolers. And by makeshift, I mean literally a piece of cardboard over his coolers. All right, whatever works. Micah Block now extending his lead. And Kira Block now way out front of the amateurs, and she's given some pressure to Ryder Van Beekem. Teammate Kyle Arcana right there as well. Oh, Kyle Arcana catching and run. He's going to land on all fours. And he's all right. And I was just going to make a comment about Ryder Chapman in the backup car. Wow. Lots of race action. Did you catch who that was? So Kyle Arcanaut taking himself out of contention. Dan Kelly limping it. Oh! Checkered flag flies. Micah Block will take the checkered flag. Ryder Van Beekem of Ryder Chapman. And Kira Block with a lot of damage on that car there. You can see it there on the side of that car. And TJ Sievers in a borrowed car, non-turbo, came out here to race for the turbos. Ryan Denny. And listen, everybody, I can only call it by the order that they came. I'm going to have to get my sheets, and we're going to have to see, number one, who won the race, number two, who won both classes, and number three, who is our current reigning champion in both classes. So stick around, everybody. We got a barn burner again in this class, the turbo class. I can pretty much start saying, Mia Chapman, when the turbos come out on the track, you can bet there's going to be a race.
I definitely have to agree with you. There's always a show put on by this class, but yeah, we'll talk with them here soon.
All right, let's check it out. Sit tight. We'll talk with the winners. All right. Let's do it. Oh. Let's go. First up, let's get the Pro Turbos up there. I have it listed as Kara Block, Ryder Van Beekum, and Micah Block. Let's get you guys up there. Whew. Well, let's get to the winners here. Start off with the Pro Turbo class. All right, everybody, I know there's a lot of pit racing going on, a lot of bench racing, but come on, let's get you winners up here. Let's get the interview. I have it as Kira Block, Ryder Van Beekum, and Micah Block. So come on up here, please. Well, all right. It's hot. It's a lot of things going on out there, but third place, man, you were killing it. Watching you drive was simply amazing.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, looked great out there. Take us from the start of the race.
My spotter was just telling me to chill for the first 2 laps, and I just kept going. I couldn't get around a few people, but in the end, I made my way up, and I feel really good. My car's a little messed up, but...
Man, it was set up right, man. You were throwing it into those corners. There was nothing you could handle that car. It handled it.
It was amazing.
All right, well, very good. You got a great smile on your face, and weekend of racing. Let's talk about the people that make your weekend of racing happen.
Thank you to my mom and Terry Madden and Can-Am, Pit Viper, KMC Wheels, VP Fuels, Evo, Blockhouse Racing. I think that's it.
All right, man. Do we have you now? Do you like short course racing?
I love it.
It's pretty fun, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, very good. Kara Block, everybody. Third place. Great to have her on here, and let's keep it going. Ryder Van Beekum, man, some different things out there on the racetrack. Take us from your race.
Obviously, I'm not in my car today. We were having issues for the past few days with my car, something to do with the wiring harness. So I had the opportunity to drive my dad's car today. It's definitely not my car.
That is the most PC way you could have said it. It's definitely not my car.
Yeah, I mean, it's as fast as my car, but it doesn't handle like my car. So I was trying to get used to a whole new car. Me and Mike had a pretty good battle going on for the first 6 laps. Car started getting a little hot, so I knew he was probably going to get around me on that restart. Held off for second place.
Well, now let me ask you this. Did you drive the car like him, or did you drive the car like you and put up with the settings?
I drove the car like me and just put up with it.
All right, very good. Well, I think that was the smart thing to do there, so that way you're basically taming a beast. So great job there. Still exciting to watch. Let's talk about the people that make the race program happen for you.
I want to thank God for keeping me safe. I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this. Matt and Kevin for prepping the car for me after the race yesterday. I want to thank PPEI, XMF, E2R, R&R Steel, and Rob Muzzy.
There it is, Ryder Van Beekum, second place, but your victor, man, Micah Block, once you got out front and you had clean air, you simply checked out.
Yeah, I got around the 3 cars in the first lap and then followed Ryder for a while. He was driving good, couldn't get around him, but on the restart we got him and just checked out and we ran a good race.
All right, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked her. We got you now. You like short course racing?
Of course, this is amazing. I would love to come back and do more.
All right, perfect. Let's talk about the people that make your race program happen.
My mom, Terry, everybody else, A-Stars, our suits, Evolution Power Sports that helped get this car ready for this, and Blockhouse. I already said that, Jackson. Can-Am. VP Race Fuels got us some new fuel for this race, so we were ready to go. Pit Viper. You're not a helper.
We can definitely tell who your family is here.
Yeah.
All right, well, very good. Well, we're proud to have you out here. Micah Block, everybody, your winner. Great job. And Micah, it sounds like you've got a great following out here already and a start to a very illustrious career. It was great to have them both out here dicing it up with us. So let's get the amateurs up here. I have it as Brandon Birmingham, Ryan Denny, and Ryder Chapman. Uh-oh. Did we miss a pick? Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, we got a little extra media on this one, so. To no surprise of that. Great job, you guys. Great job, great job. And Ryder Van Beekum, the one that stood in between. This summer, coming to a local race near you. Ryder Van Beekum. Do I sound like the movie film guy? No? Did I miss my following? All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Brandon. Man, there was cars going everywhere. It was hard to keep track of who was who was what, where they were going. But you were able to get it done and get it on to third place.
Yeah, I was just trying to learn some new lines to, get any kind of advantage to get around them. And finally kind of started to learn towards the end, but the car was getting hot, so just pulling power. But good race overall.
Man, it's crazy. The temperatures are definitely up today. They're not up that much, so how come these cars keep overheating?
I don't know. It seems like everybody's fighting the same issue. We're going to work on it this summer, try to get it cool, and hopefully we can make it better.
Man, I'd almost full-on test these cars in 120-degree heat. If they don't overheat in 120 degree, they're not going to overheat in anything else.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
All right, just saying it. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
My mom, my dad, my girlfriend, Copper State Collision, Copper State Truck Sales, Stacy's Store, Arizona Interlink Products, 1973 Motorsports, and anybody else that helped me get here.
Brandon Birmingham, everybody's in third place. Great job. Well, Ryan Denny, they're cheering the current champ. You know that, right? All right, just making sure. Hey, still a great day of racing here today. You already had it wrapped up yesterday, but you had to still come out here and show it up. It was so hard to announce because we were sitting there watching all kinds of things unfold on the track. So I apologize that I did not get to give you a lot of mic time, but here we are, and you made it to second today.
Yeah, I'm so excited to do the last race and still get on the podium.
I mean, the last race of 2025, win, lose, or championship points or not, it's pretty much a grudge fest.
Yeah, it's just awesome to finish both days on the podium. Not where I wanted to be, but Ryder in that car is just so freaking fast, you can't get him.
And that's their backup car. And he was talking about, dude, I've been driving the backup car, and I love it. So that's kind of bizarre, but hey, it's working for him. All right, let's talk about the people that make it happen for you.
I want to give a big shout out to my mom, my dad, Justin, Will, all my family and friends that came out here to watch. 2X Motorsports, thank you to Connor for spotting for me. 518 Designs, and anybody else, thank you so much.
Ryan Teddy, everybody, sorry about that for pulling it back. Great job. But Ryder Chapman yesterday, man, just a little bit of a cluster for you, but you ended up getting it done. You're driving with a broken. If you guys, this is crazy. And, it would appear by the way your knuckles are shaping it, you're still working on the cars.
Yeah, I still get around pretty good. It's honestly not that bad in the cast right now. Still got my adrenaline up, but yesterday it just wasn't our day. Blew a belt yesterday, one of the hot pits. Went back to the camp, came back, and Dad got a pit on. So that was most definitely a weird race, getting out of the car and getting back in. But today was a lot better. I'm glad today was clean. Kyle tipped over, but he just hooked a rut. Happens. I'm glad he landed. Just a fun race. Track kind of started to give away towards the end. There was a lot of blue grooves, so it definitely got tricky to find traction. But it was fun watching Ryder and Mika battle it out. It was good. It's a clean race. It was really enjoyable, it being the last weekend. Just going to ask for it any other way. But I want to thank my mom, my dad, Extreme Machine Fabrication, R&R Steel, E2R Shocks, Raw Muzzy, Rugged Radios, Kevin and Matt for in the pits. It's a long weekend. It's hot outside. They're out there working on the cars. Thanking my good girl Kyle over there. I'm sorry that he rolled and he wasn't able to get on the podium. I wanted to see him up here, but it was a good day, and thank you, Lord, for keeping me safe.
Ryder Chapman, everybody, your winner out here, and your champion. Well, and you're down here, Mia. All right, so stick around. More racing coming up. All right. Maybe getting the long step up here into my booth. Here, we could have the mic on. Oh, Jesus, this is hot. And it's worse when it's hot. All right, Mia Chapman. Well, you know what? The Amateur and Pro Turbo, always an exciting race. And let's see who we got coming up next. The Youth NA Open, I do believe our final race for the day. The 11 cars packed it up. I don't think they're going to let the pro lights out on the track today. But while we're waiting for Wyatt Schmucker, Brian Willett, Carson Greco, Jackson Howdegee, and Casey Cummins to take the track, I got to talk about some of the things that we have going on that is for the championship. And Jen handed me this, and she says, Cactus Splash Pools out here for the 170s. First place for $300, second place for $200, and third place. Cactus Splash Pools has always stepped up out here to make sure that they are some sort of support for the racers, and that's really exciting for the 170 classes. Now, DXAR, we were able to talk with Rob up here, Rob Warren, and he was able to tell us his story about the 170 classes and the way that in Australia the kids couldn't get race suits, so they developed DXAR, and it's a beautiful way that the name came about. I love it when things happen, happy little accidents. They were trying to spell Dexter, but they came up with DXAR, and that ended up sticking as the name. And I think that's a brilliant. Now I even like that name even more. You know, I liked it in the beginning. 12 West, you know, Brian McCormick and the entire McCormick family, the 170 beginners, they brought, and I got to tell you this, man, it makes me want to race the 170s. They brought a Raptor RC truck, and I've seen it down there. It is bad. It is awesome. And Glenn Banta tells me, because I have one of these with a brushless motor, and you can't keep the car straight. But apparently the new trucks and that have all these powerful engines on them have a gyro in them, so as you accelerate and it starts to break loose, it centers the truck for you because there is so much power coming out of these electric motors. And great idea. So McCormick's also contributed 1/16 Slash RC truck and a Hypergo RC car. This Hypergo, another neat car. It is a rally car, and this thing is heavy, and it is fun. It's all-wheel drive, and that's all made possible from the McCormick family. Economy Plumbing, the Forrester family, they, in the 800 open class, they also have donated a Slash RC truck, an incredible thing. Second place will receive an iPad, and third place will receive gaming headphones. The Extreme Dream Pools, they're helping out in the Youth 1000 classes at Extreme Dream Pools. They have donated $600 for first place, $400 for second, and third place in the Youth 1000 will receive $200. The Youth 1000 restrictor class will receive $500 for first, $300 for second, and $200 for third place. It's a great to see this out here. R&R Steel and the entire Van Beekum family class has champion hats for all classes. And I remember how special it is to have the championship hats, BFG, to receive that BFG hat that said BFG first place. It's just a hat, but man, there's something magical about having them in there, so I'm glad to have the R&R Steel with the champion hats. One last one here before we get the race started. No Limit Turf, the Greco family, they will do the drone media package, and that'll be produced by Tyler and everybody down there in the Next Level Industries. First place for the following classes: 170 beginner, 170 intermediate, 170 expert, 250 open, and 800 modified, and 800 open. Let's go racing, Mia Chapman. I think that's the same one. So Mia Chapman, the last race of the 2025 season. We got a lot of drivers in this class that we've watched race all weekend long. And this is the final race. And let's talk about it. Brian Willett, Carson Greco, Wyatt Schmucker, Jackson Howdigi, and Carson Cummins. These guys, Cason Cummins rather. Cummins, not Cummins. They told me to make sure I say Cummins. Now, Brian Willett, he's been solid all weekend, but Carson Greco, it has been solid as well. So I'm going to do it to you. I know you don't like it when I do it, but let's have some predictions here on the outcome of this race.
Man, it's a tough one. I think every driver in this class has the chance to go and pull off that win, but man, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a close one.
All right, well, I got to be completely unbiased here. Keep my biases to myself. Immediately I want to say Brian Willett's going to take home this race because, number one, I'm a fan, and number two, he does have the speed to win this race. And without my feelings or my predictions, more than likely that is what's going to happen. However, Carson Greco showed me something in the last race that he raced here. He was hungry. He had it. He wanted it. And he lost it at the last second. And I don't think it was that big of a mistake that he made, but it was just that Jake Hill was able to capitalize on it and run away with the race. So right now, as we get to see the face-off between Brian Willett and Carson Greco, my money's on Carson Greco. I'll say it. So here it is, Mia Chapman, a freshly dug up, lots of traction in turn one. All 5 cars making it through clean. Brian Willett with the drag race down the back straightaway shows that he's got the speed to win this race. Carson Greco right on the bumper. Brian Willett already lifting up on the inside as he comes around turn 2, showing that he's got a lot of traction. Here we go. Turn 3, though. Once you set in that corner, you have to accelerate and not lift. And make sure you don't make a mistake like Jackson Howdigi just did by running over the inside apron. Here they come, drag racing down the front straighter, and Brian Willett out front. A little early on the break, I would say there, but Carson Greco stayed strong. And my prediction looks like I'm going to be eating my words. Well, however, I did say more than likely Brian Willett is going to take it. But I just thought that Carson Greco was a little more hungry in this race, and the race is far from over yet. And just the fact that on the second lap in turn 3, they are still bumper to bumper, that shows me that it still could be anybody's race. And there it is, Carson Greco to the inside, stayed in and went out, but with Brian Willett, the exact opposite. They don't touch. That's clean racing right there. And there it is, Carson Greco making the pass and making it stick, and he'll be out front this time around coming on the finish line. Now we heard Brian Willett in an earlier race, he said he was overheating, and I don't mean the car, he said he was overheating. So let's hope that that doesn't become a problem with him. It is hot today, and when you times it by the stress that you are in that race car for racing, the suit, the helmet, and everything else, you got to make sure you stay hydrated. But let's hope that the heat doesn't come into factor with Brian Willett. Let's hope that that doesn't keep him from being able to put it on top of the box this race.
Well, this is also his second class of the day, so it's not one and done. He got one done, now he's got to get this one done. So it's definitely a lot, especially with the hot weather out here. But yeah, definitely important to stay hydrated.
Well, and absolutely right now we are coming into the hottest part of the day from about 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. At any place in Arizona, this is the hottest part of the day. Brian Willett straight up railing turn 3. That was the best turn I've seen him make on that turn all weekend long. Same thing with Jackson Howdigi right there. And Mia Chapman. You know how we talk about turn 1 at Crandon? I'm going to compare turn 3. Not that it's as fast. I'm just saying that it's as fun to take and set that car up. Turn 1 will always be the pinnacle of short course racing. Always. So Carson Greco right now extending his lead over Brian Willett, but it's all going to be changed up when they take the competition yellow. That's going to put Brian Willett right back on the rear bumper of Carson Greco. That's going to give Brian Willett another chance to take the lead from Carson Greco. So Wyatt Schmucker out there in the number 5 car. making a clean run here. Also will be grouped back up at the competition yellow. Brian Willett staying on that throttle all the way through turn 3, right over the stutter bumps. Smucker up on 2 wheels coming out of turn 3, getting caught up in those inside wheels on the apron. Jackson Howdy, a little overzealous on the accelerator, stays in it. Hey, you know what? I ain't mad at that. And there it is, the competition yellow for Carson Greco. He's checking out the car. The Jones Ford Raptor will come out right now and take these cars around as we bunch them together, rack them and stack them for our last competition yellow of the 2025 season. That's pretty sad. I know it was a short season, but I do remember wrapping up the season last year before we started here. And even though it was a short season, it still feels like an epically long 2025 season.
Yeah, I think we can all collectively agree that we're glad not to be racing in the summertime here because it's hot today. So I can't imagine being out here with these kids racing in 110-degree weather. So some much-needed downtime, regroup, and get together for next season in October.
Well, it makes me wonder whose idea that was, and I think to myself, what a fabulous idea. Jackson Howdy just one loud pop. Oh, and it shut off. But apparently it started back up and he's on the gas. Interesting here. What do we have going on here? Yeah. Yep, follow me. Yep. All right, that's going to make me wonder if they're going to stop here on the tarmac. We'll see here on screen here, if you guys can see Carson Greco, Brian Willett, and Wyatt Smucker out there. And let's see if they're going to stop, ask the Jones Ford truck to stop and see which position, or they're just going to go for it and stack the 2 cars behind them. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Just let them go. And you should be able to see the car that was pulled off the track here. We'll shuffle in the back there, and then you can see the other one. So, Mia Chapman, where I was going with you, still been a great year of racing. We got the awards banquet coming up here immediately following this race. Me and the crew, we're going to shuffle around the speakers and get right on over there, man. And we got the awards banquet going on right in the middle of this hot day.
It'll be a warm one for sure, but some well-deserved champions.
Man, it has been a championship, that battle all year long. Great job out there to all our champions. Here we go, green flag flies. And I do believe this is going to be our 4th lap. We're going to have 4 laps to go. So now this is giving an opportunity to Brian Willett now, once again, as you see there on the rear bumper of Carson Greco. But I just, both drivers driving exceptionally well in this heat. Wyatt Schmucker contending with this heat as well. Jackson Howdy. But I just don't think Brian Willett's going to be able to pull this one off here. So Mia Chapman, while we're getting ready to wrap this up, I got to say it's been an honor once again to announce side by side with you. And it's been a great year as well. And what a great way to end off the 2025 season here. We're starting it off early, so that way the 2026 season can start here midway, and it will go into the 2026 season. We'll end it in April for 2026. I look forward to having you coming in for 2026.
Absolutely.
All right. Love having you. I've been enjoying watching your career as an announcer here really get into place, and makes me really proud when I see you on other things that you're doing on the sidelines. That's awesome. I feel just proud to have you here, and It's been great. Whoa! Wyatt Smucker on the bike was able to keep it on all fours, but that was a tough one. But he's able to get it right back down on all fours. Wow, he had to really. And here we go. Brian Willett, unfortunately, they're a little too sideways, and I'm wondering if he's lost an axle. I bet he has. Yeah, Brian Willett definitely has something going on with the car as he turns to the left. And let's see if he's got it. Yeah, he's definitely taking it easy into turn 3 right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's lost an axle. Oh, I thought it was it hanging down. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You can see when he turns left, the car really dives left. So that car definitely having something going on.
It might be a two-wheel drive problem. Instead of having 4, he might only have 2.
Well, we're going to find out. It looks like he's still going to be able to maintain that position ahead of the Jackson Howdigi car. And Howdigi having the same problem right there in turn 5. But now that bridges the gap between Brian Willett and Wyatt Smucker. So Brian Willett right now really having to learn how to drive the car with whatever's ailing that car. Yeah, that's definitely not Brian Willett's normal pace through turn 3. And once again, you'll see here as he turns left, the car wants to over-rotate. You'll actually see him put, indeed, it's really wanting to over-rotate to the left. And I'm not going to be surprised there. Oh, it just wants to come around. I think you're right. He lost front-wheel drive altogether.
Yeah, definitely a tough thing to do to drive with no 4-wheel drive. It's pretty uncontrollable, but luckily he's coming up to the checkered.
Well, man, he almost handed it right there to Wyatt Smucker, but he is at least going to be on the box. And there it is. Well, Mia Chapman, what an end to the 2025 season. A little bit sad. I know we're going to be coming out here again. And I know there was a little bit of incidences here this weekend, but, man, it still makes up for an exciting weekend of racing. What do you think?
Absolutely.
All right. Mia Chapman, everybody. We will talk with the finishers of this race. Sit tight. Our final interview of the year. And then we can close it out, and we got to get everything ready. It's like we very quickly have to hurry up and get over there. I hope we go over there, and all the I hope everybody brings their easy up. Let's all do that. If anybody has an easy up, bring it over there to the awards banquet. So once again, if anybody has an easy up, bring it over to the awards banquet. I don't know why I just thought about that. So, all right. Let's talk with these drivers, and we'll see you all at the awards banquet. right. Our final interview of the day. Sorry. Wyatt Smugger. Brian Willits. Carson Greco. Well, all right. So it was a great race to watch there, a little bit of drama unfolding. How does the heat play into this race?
It's really hot. It's hard.
I mean, these cars are hot by themselves. You're in a fire suit. You got everything going on, and the heat's just kind of crazy, but you guys were able to do battle.
Yeah, it was fun. I lost a rear axle. So.
Well, I was wondering what threw you up so violently. It's almost like you tapped on the top and were still able to pull it back over.
Yeah, it was scary.
All right, well, very good. I'm glad you're okay. Well, here you are on the podium for the final podium of the 2025 season. Let's hear the people you want to say thank you to.
Yes. God for keeping all of us safe. My mom and dad, my grandparents for all coming out. Everyone at the Forrester family, all of them for helping. 2X, Connor for spotting me, and Greco for the transmission.
Wyatt Smugger, everybody, great job and a great finish and a great end for the 2025 season. Well, Brian Willett, you were up there in contention for the win, but right at the end there, it looks like you broke an axle or something because you were coming around way too easy.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened. I was just coming around turn 1 and slammed on my brakes to set in for the corner, and both of my axles just clunked out at the same time.
Front axles?
Yeah, both front axles.
Well, Mia Chapman called it, and I was able to say, I'm wondering if he lost an axle. And Mia said it looks like he lost everything up front, so she called it correct. Well, you know, tough break for you, but you're able to hold on to second place. That's still got to feel we're a good place to end the 2025 season.
Yeah, it was definitely hard to battle or to race the rest of the race with two-wheel drive, but I'd like to thank him for letting me get second place and not passing me.
That was very kind of you. That was a good way to do that. That's great sportsmanship. Brian Willett, well, great job. Well, one more time for the final time of the 2025 season. Who do you want to say thank you to?
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, Benchmark Performance, Sneaky, Rivershore Motorsports, and my family.
One of my favorite drivers out here, Brian Willett, everybody. But Carson Greco. You know, I made a prediction, and I said he's one of my favorite drivers, but I knew you were going to be hungry on this race, and I even told Mia Chapman that my prediction, Carson Greco, he's hungry. He wants to win one, and, man, that you did.
Yeah, it was pretty good to get at least one first-place trophy this weekend.
You know, and that's exactly where I was at, as where my head was at. I knew you were going to be hungry for it. Well, great way to end the 2025 season. You are the final winner here on top of the podium. Who do you want to say thank you to?
My mom, my dad, Ryder Greco, Jacob Place, EVP Mode, 2X Motorsports, R&R Steel, and my friends and family.
Carson Greco, everybody, and I got the little slip in my hand. I haven't even looked at it yet. Let's see who we got it. Brian Willett walks in with 303, and Carson Greco 24 points behind 279. Brian Willett with a championship. So your 2025 Youth NA Open champion, Brian Willett. Well, all right. As they're up here, I don't think Mia joined me, so I'll do the closing out. We've still got the award ceremony for, I looked up there, I saw somebody sitting there. So Mia Chapman, let's do this. So Mia Chapman, the award ceremony coming up. What a great way to end the race right here. And what an event-filled weekend of racing.
Definitely, yeah. A lot of action this weekend. Emotions were running high, but hey, it's championship weekend. It's going to happen. We're just glad to finish it out the way we did with some good races and some good battles.
I mean, the heat played into it, too. It's not quite that hot today. It is hot, but, man, we know Arizona has it has an ability to be a lot hotter than it is now. But still a great weekend of racing, and, man, I wouldn't change anything that happened at all this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a good weekend today. We'll have the awards banquet later and crown some well-deserved champions.
Well, all right, man, I'm excited for this. Well, that's going to do it. The 2025 season is now in the history books. We're going to pick up again in about 3 months here, and I think our first race is going to be right here at Firebird. I'm Mark Wright. We'll see you all next year for the 2026 season. You guys have a good one.